COVID-19. I mean, COVID-19, that was 2020, 2021 year. Yeah, so I started then, and then he has been grooming me since then up to now. So it's one of taking first session. I want to do something strange here. I want someone to. I'm going to give you the citation to read. So I want someone to come and introduce him. All right, just volunteer. You know, purpose.
Nice to know.
Yeah, anything.
Nice to be this first time I'm being here. I think this is the second time you're doing this event, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the first time I'm actually out of the studio to be here. It's really good to see all your faces. Please don't be intimidated by the portfolios. It takes time. Just keep focused on whatever it is you're doing and try to just pick a few things from whatever it is I have to say. So my discussion on this video is about real time, and yeah, about real time and um, post rendering, whatever I call it. Well, it's actually offline rendering. That's the basic one for it. And I'm just going to break everything down for me. I'm trying to be. My presentation is not too. I don't want to be too technical because I'm actually a technical director. So I want to become like a graph. How many of you know graph?
Yeah.
I don't want to become like a graph presentation. So you now bracket that what the heck is this guy saying? I want to make it as simple as possible. So I will take some bits from my readings. So from there, I will expatiate more for everybody to understand. One thing I'd like to talk about real-time rendering or rendering in general. Rendering is something everybody normally scared of in our industry, generally 3D animation, even beyond that, architecture, even those who are into motion design is a threat generally in the entire industry. But it's actually broader than that. If you actually have a good understanding of what rendering is, rendering actually is you translating spatial data, either 2D spatial data or 3D spatial data into RGB images. That's what rendering is all about. It can be stylized. That stylized images, so you're just converting what you have whether in AutoCAD or whatever. You're converting it from that raw data into an RGB image. Basically, that's what rendering is all about. So if you're actually rendering, for example, let's say you've done something like architectural work and you press on render, If you look towards the lower portion of your window, you will see translate. You see translate. That's what I think is the highest amount of time. So I'm going to give you a very good analogy on how you can actually understand it because it's a kind of a threat. You need a lot of computational power to be able to do a lot of work. So we'll break down the two different aspects of it first, rendering in context, then we'll go to the real-time aspect of it. So the first aspect which you're going to look at is rendering in context. Now, for example, let's say you are in, okay, let's say you are in primary four. I believe everybody did mathematics in school, no matter how small it is you did. And you know those plotting of pie charts, all those histograms and all of that. Basically, what you are doing is rendering. We are giving data, and you have to make it visual. We are doing a visual representation of the data that you actually do. So translation of data into RGB, or into something that can be easily understood, is what's called rendering. So it takes time. So for example, you are meant to collect the data of your people in primary four, and basically you are only collecting two data. You are collecting the age and the height. That's two data that you are actually collecting. Do we get that? And you're supposed to for people who are in primary four only. And that primary four class, there is about 15. So you have very simple data to work with, right? To be able to do that. Because the data set will be very, very big. So what we look at it is this. If you look at it from the small set, which is the classroom, small classroom, you can call that in 3D terms. You see that's actually your geometry. So the individuals who are in that school, who are in that class, you can call them your classes. Do you guys understand what I'm saying at all? These are your birds. The individual people, okay, let's say this class, for example, let's say this is a class of primary four students. So this particular environment now, I would say is a geometry. So each individual of us here, we are called a vertex. So we make up the geometry. Does anybody know about geometries? Am I just I'm not speaking to myself? Okay, so you have normally the vertex. The vertex defines the points in space. So whether be 2D or 3D points in space. So when you connect two different points in space together, you have what's called an edge. Then if you're able to connect three edges together, you have what's called a face or a polygon. Now, there's particular little mathematics which I'll just look into. Everybody did mathematics in school to some extent. So there's an equation they call quadratic equation. Yes, everybody did it in school. You may not like mathematics, but you did it in school. Yes. Is x raised to the power of 2, right? But from the word, it says y. Y means what? 4. So how does that translate? It's x raised to the power of 2, but it's not, in the time the production is quadratic equation. So what's quad about x raised to the power of 2? That's supposed to be binomial equation or something. Are you trying to figure it out? Looks like a PhD assignment, right? Okay. So I'm going to explain that maybe at the very end of it. So if you're not looking at that particular data set, which is a very big data set, that's you're looking at age compared to height, and you're collecting it for everybody in different schools across different classes. So in a single class, you call that a geometry and the components. Then above that, the entire school now we call it a scene. Then entirely goes to call a world entirely. So in 3D, it tends to do great worlds. It could be a 2D world, maybe within your motion design space in After Effects or whichever of the applications you're using. So that could be a 2D world or a 3D world. So if you look at that now, based on the data set that you have, your processor or whoever is processing the data, so the performance will be dependent on the data size they're actually processing. So that's where your processor comes in. So if you are looking at a primary four student trying to compute such a data for his own class, it's small. But you are looking at somebody at the university level. Maybe the guy is much more intellectual and is also using a computer. So it's a bigger data set is actually working with. So if you look at what the architecture of the processor, I don't want to go too technical, so I've tried to put together numbers and all of that. So If you look at the architecture of your processor, one thing is this, if you understand the architecture of rendering to make your life easy, you will live longer. Yeah, that will normally say that you will live longer. So the architecture is this. Every processor is meant to do what is called threads or parallelisms. That's what each processor does. So you see Core i3, Core i5, Core i7, and all of that. So if you go to Task Manager on your system, you're using Windows, I don't know how that will translate to Mac or Linux. You see what is called threads, individual processes that can go on at the same time. So the way your processor works is basically it clusters the takes the data that you have. All the data is in your memory. Are you getting this? It now breaks down that data in your memory into number of threads that are in your processor. Are you getting it? So that each of them can have a task to do. So if you have Core i7, you see how many threads? 8 threads. So the data that is in your memory is being broken down into 8 places. So each of those 8 places now goes to each of the individual threads for processing. So when it's done, it's not going to give you 8 different data. It's now being concentrated together. It's going to give you one single data. Now, there's anything about Moore's law. Moore's law states that for every 2 years, the number of transistors, because the transistor actually makes up your processor. That was actually makes up. The more the transistor you have on your processor, the more the performance of that particular processor. So if you actually increase the number of what Moore's law says is for every 2 years, the number of transistors that you can put on a chip multiplies by 2. That's every 2 years you're expected to get, let's for example, you have for i9. In the next 2 years, you're supposed to have like for i11. That's supposed to be the mathematical progression that we have. But that law actually is not consistent because the more transistors you put, the more hot your processor becomes. And cooling it now becomes a problem. For example, so if, for example, on your laptop, have you seen a Core i9 laptop before? Core i9 laptop? No. Nobody has seen Core i9. All you've seen is you see a Core i9, right? Good. Core i9 laptops actually are not as flat as your normal Core i3, Core i7, and the rest of them because that's a lot of transistors you're dealing with. So it tends to be a little bit more robust for cooling space. So because you can't, because it's no longer the same way you expect it to be based on more, so that every 2 years you should be able to go twice the capacity because of the heat and everything. That actually limits our ability to grow in any computational field. We want to be able to do more, but we can't. But there are some set of computers that are called the supercomputers that are not cooled by the normal fans. They are nitrogen cooled. Those ones can go to 6 gigahertz, 8 gigahertz and above. But they are not for people like us outside like that. They need to be in separate location. So because of this particular difficulty in multiplying the number of transistors and being able to sustain that computer, a new computation got developed which is called the GPU-based computation. That's a graphic processing unit. Now, if you understand the way the CPU works, which is your data is in the memory, it's being broken down to the number of threads you have. Then from there, it's processed, then it's been aggregated. The GPU does it the other way around. It aggregates your data at the very beginning. So if you are using the software like Unreal, you see what's called compiling at the beginning. Whenever you have to compile, that it aggregates the entire data. Then it passes to the GPU. The GPU is actually a cluster-based processor. So I didn't come along with the GPU, I should have. The GPU basically is a mini computer on its own. Like it has its own memory input, which is different from the one that your normal processor is accessing. So it aggregates at first, then it computes in big chunks. But it doesn't need to aggregate after. So in that way, it's a lot faster than what you actually have in your processor. In that way, you're able to do much more performance. You're able to get much more performance on it. Now, but there's a limitation in the sense that your laptop has a benchmark that it can hold. So for example, you can find a 50 series on your GPU, but it's actually not the same 50 series that is on the same PC, that is on the desktop. Yeah, you can see that 40 series, yeah, but it's not the same thing that's actually on the desktop. Because that thing just blew up. Just one burnt off it. So In order to do that, they actually truncate the speed. It's the same chip, but they ensure that it doesn't perform as equal performance to one on the desktop, which has more cooling space. So how does this bring us to the question at hand? Real-time rendering or offline rendering? When you talk about offline rendering means that you're actually not processing the data as the data is coming. It's more of a processor-based computation. It's more of a computational based. So the better your processor, the better the performance you get. And the longer it will take to render. The longer it will take to render. For example, if you're using the renderer, for example, like Unreal can render a 4K scene, just one frame, for example, within 6 or 30 seconds, depending on the GPU that you're using. You're using, for example, like a 40 series or a 50 series. Within, you are rendering a 4K file, a 4K image, for example, within 30 seconds it's done. But the issue with this is this: quality is now traded off because it's meant to operate in runtime. As you move, it also needs to compute at the same speed at which you are interacting with it. Almost like something on your phone. For example, you have a game on your phone. Okay, let's say what kind of games run on phones these days? Like street games. I don't think we know that. What about it? Oh, Call of Duty. Okay, for example. Now the Call of Duty you have on your phone differs from the Call of Duty on a space station. They are very different. The system to run in real time on your phone, but they have actually reduced the quality of the meshes using a particular technology called melody that's level of display. So the closer an object gets to you, the more detail it loads. But if the object is further away from you, it loads a lower version of itself because you don't need that much detail based on distance. So you see the same game, but at a lower quality, completely lower quality. So one of the pros and cons which you should consider basically in real time is that real time and offline rendering is one. But if you to do offline rendering, which is your normal rendering you do on your systems, not real time, you've done all your work, then you now want to render it out. Unlike real time, as you are working, you are rendering, and that's what we tend to use. So for offline rendering, you have quality, though you are trading off time. For quality, you will get quality out of it. That's one aspect of it. Second aspect of it is the fact that it is not you're actually not considering cost. Cost is not at your mind at all. In the sense that you can actually have, for example, a desktop that is 5.3. How many of you have five pricing a 50 series of percent? A NVIDIA GTX or NVIDIA RTX 50 series. That's actually around 6 million. Right. That's around 6 million for a single GPU. That's you're looking at the 50, 50, 50, 90 class. The 5090, I don't think I've seen one in Nigeria. I've not seen one, I've not come across one in Nigeria because it's quite expensive. Though the performance is there. The performance is there, but they are quite expensive. So whenever you look at the real-time rendering is not meant for quality. You're not after what you have performance. Interactivity. Basically, that's what you're actually after. So, but in this present day, we are now having a margin of error where you have both real time and both GPU based and processors based computation together because we need both of them. So we are not trying to rely only on our GPU or rely only on our processor. We are trying to bring both worlds together so that whatever needs to be pushed to the CPU is being done on CPU. Whatever needs to be done on the GPU is being done on the GPU, and both of them are brought together. Now, a very big caveat I need to mention here is that how many of you use an AMD GPU? AMD GPU. What kind? What type? Is it meant for a mobile compute or desktop? Laptop. That's actually the AMD GPUs are one of the worst in the industry. Wow. Yes. AMD has not been able to solve GPUs. But when it comes to processors, they are the flagship for processor computation. But NVIDIA is actually, so whenever you're thinking about real-time technology, please do consider NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still the best that you can go with. So it can be a little pricey, but I can guarantee you, every of your softwares run NVIDIA 100%. But AMGs are not always compatible to every software. So that's going to be a caveat there. So does anybody have any question? Let's not go technical. Let's not go technical. I don't want to go into technical here, but any question about computation, performance, and improvement of range, because that's actually very important for them.
Thank you very much for today's explanation. It's actually very refreshing to understand the technical aspects.
That wasn't technical, actually. I was just
Well, I wanted to, because you didn't really touch on the aspect of cutting down time for offline learning. So I would like you to tell us more.
That's excellent. That was a nice choice of question. Good. So cutting down on rendering, one, what you should consider is this. Apart from your processor, let's try to look at the hardware area. Let's do hardware is constant. You've actually invested money into buying the hardware. So it's not something that you can just change in a single overnight. You need to use it for some time before you try to change it. Now, what you should consider about offline rendering is this. Texture resolution is one. Texture resolution. I will look at your textures. Now, there's a particular aspect of CG rendering that you find it in SIGGRAPH 2008. It was well discussed in SIGGRAPH 2008. Whenever you're doing anything 3D, try to avoid assigning colors. Try to avoid assigning colors. Let's say, okay, you model a table like this, and it's supposed to be brown and brown. So instead of assigning texture, texture is the picture of it. You're gonna just take the color back, put it to a brown, and say you are blue. You are actually complicating your life at the end of the day. So what you're actually doing is this: you've actually not defined the pixel value on this particular geometry. What he was to assign the color. So whenever rendering is about to happen, he doesn't know what the information is. It has to go through everything. But you actually have a texture. The texture actually has all the pixel data that has been assigned to this table. It's like a lookup table. That's what it's like a lookup table. So it's a lot faster computing when the texture is being assigned than when you just assign colors. Yes. So that's another part too. Another part also need to consider whenever it comes to rendering is this. Which of the renderer do you use most? Which of the renderer do you use most? That's it. I didn't get that. Octane. Octane is a good renderer. Cycles. Okay, that's blender. Okay, now if you're using cycles, one very good thing about cycles is cycles is actually not a bad render. It's not. But you have a good GPU. Because cycles work together with the GPU. Yes. It works together with the GPU. And you need to enable it in the property settings and all of that. And one other thing I observe in most Blender users is that because you don't understand the technical back end of rendering, you guys need to suffer a lot. As in a lot of suffering. Especially at that area where you have subdiv during rendering. Some of you put it at 6. Yes, it's default to 6. It's default to 6. So if you leave it at that setting and you go to render, I'm sorry for you. It's going to be a long time of punishment. So what you need to do is this: switch it to just put it at 2 and you'll be fine. Don't go 6. If you go 6, you're going to have issues. Put it at 2 and you'll be fine. So the other aspect of it is also when you come to denoising. Because if you try to render to the quality at which you need, you will get yourself into trouble. Your client doesn't give a shit about whatever hardware you are using. All they care about is when can you do that job. So when it comes to denoising, now there are 3 major denoisers. Do you know the 3 of them? There are 3 major denoisers in the industry. We have Optics X, we have Altos, and we have NVIDIA denoiser itself. Optics X is a trap. It's like Intel. Yes, it's a trap. Don't go there. Altos gives you very fine results, but it takes time. It takes more time. And what you want to do is reduce the overhead time. So just switch to a NVIDIA denoiser. But you cannot use the NVIDIA denoiser if the NVIDIA GPU is not on that particular hardware. Like I said, there's a lot of other things that you can play to cut down on your rendering time. There was a job we rendered for spoof. How many people know spoof animations? Good. They were rendering at 8 minutes per frame. When we rendered at 14 seconds per frame, you can see the margin of the difference. If you don't understand the technicalities of what you are doing, you just be suffering for no reason. So if you have any of such things that you are actually having issues with, you could look at it together and bring down the rendering time. That's actually affecting the quality of what you're actually doing towards. Another thing you could also do is this. Do you know about upscaling technology? So instead of rendering 2K or HD, render 720 by 540. That will render very, very fast. Then you now upscale the image to HD. Did you get that? There are a lot of upscaling technologies that are actually have, some of them are even free. So you can now upscale it to full HD, and it will actually not lose any quality. So that's another way you can actually handle it. At least for your commercials, you can get more done with the short amount of time. Okay, question?
Based on what you said about using based on what you said about using colors or figure out is there like a threshold where it's no matter anything whether you just go straight up into the round or you see for example if you decide to use 8K textures or use postural work flow to do because it's going to be vector based postural work so it needs to be sharper than the 8K which would be better.
Procedures are always better because they are mathematically based. And one other thing you should know about most textures is this. When you assign textures within a 3D environment, there's what's called mid mapping. Mid mapping actually cuts the resolution to half. So if you know you actually need the quality, maybe you are doing 4K texture resolution, go there and switch off the mid mapping so that you can actually consider the full detail of the texture you're actually doing. Any other question? That we can call it a day. Good. Okay. It's better to render 4K at less samples. That's the bigger the image at less sampling. Then you can now either you upscale or you scale down the entire image to make it to 2K. That will actually reduce enough. And now you have enough pixels already to play with, and you actually scale it with that.
I kind of disagree with that to an extent. Because using 4K samples makes sense. For example, sorry, 4K resolution makes sense with samples, but don't be too low with it. Like it's okay for you to do if you're doing 1080p, your system prefers higher sample rate because when you're bringing out the sample rate for a 4K resolution, you're leaving yourself open for noise problems, temporal stabilization issues, and a lot of things that would be so hard to even enjoy the animation. If you're doing it for like a picture, yes, use as to sample, but if you're doing it for an animation, make sure that your samples are adequately alright to maintain the image all through the animation because the way noise works, especially in dark scenes, it will best work with those samples. So either you reduce your noise threshold and also reduce the noise to the sampler to a good aspect of the same thing. The recommended thing I would say is maybe keep it between 175 samples to 300 for 4K resolution. Other ones will keep it between 254 and 500.
That's good. So you add it from his mouth there. And whenever you're talking about those samples, please do a multiple of twos. Do a multiple of twos. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm saying.
Okay. So if you do have any other technical issues, maybe that will be some other time later. So do enjoy your day and have a wonderful day.
How was it? Hope you learned something. So, thank you very much, sir, for honoring our invitation. Um, for those that came in late, that's the CEO of 33 Animation Studio. Let's talk about the pros and cons pre-rendering versus offline rendering. Yeah, so thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate having me here. Is there something? Okay. Is there something you'd like to say about the studio or
Thank you for having me back on the stage. So basically, there's just one thing that I can just chip in, which is actually outside. But I like to stay within the confines of what I'm going to talk about. I'm not go outside of that last things. So one other thing I would just say is this: the industry. I know the AI thing is really doing its thing, and please just add it to one of those. It's just a tool. Don't be scared. Don't get kind of scared of it. Learn as much of it as you can learn because they keep having new ones almost every month. They keep sprouting new ones every month. And one other thing that we've seen is that, for example, like 2 weeks ago, someone from the US reached out to us that they wanted us to give them some of the animations we have produced so that they can train their AI in the US. And we like because it's now becoming a recurrent thing where they keep almost like over like two different calls in that same direction. To train AI is based on that. As much as we don't want to do that, there are people who would jump at it because they are in financial need or whatever. So, whatever stories you're actually working on, and as much as someone asks a question also, which I will try to just make it public, but I think everybody will benefit from. Now, the failure itself is not, we don't hire. The team doesn't hire anyone. We train from beginning and bring it to production level. So we don't hire. Because we have even if you are coming in there, you must have a reel that actually matches the quality of what we're expecting from the academy. So we don't train people and push them on drone and say, go and find a reel. No. We try as much as possible to adopt everybody that is trained into the same cycle and ensure that they get their very first production portfolio comes from the studio and big projects. That's what we do. And in the next few months, practically by the end of this month, we're starting the series of the bucket series, starting this month, very close to the end of this month. I'm going to be in a position for about 30 months to produce it. It's the first of its kind in the entire Africa, West African region to go see after a feature film release. Then afterwards, we also have another production just coming up, which is two feature films back to back. So we have like 60 months to produce that. So we'll be booked for the next 4 years for production. Now, the reason why I mentioned this is that many a times we don't stay focused to our core. When we first started at the studio, I can tell you that to feed was an issue. We started in 2014 at the studio. The studio was registered around 2010. That's that we registered, but we didn't start operations in 2014. For many a times, in the course of your journey, you see things that seem to be shining on another man's table. So that that's in motion design they sell now. That's not editing they sell now. Please, as much as possible, if you know your core, stay on your lane. Stay on your lane. The reason why what you are doing doesn't seem to be the big catch yet is because you have not arrived yet. So take your time. Don't be in a rush to get there. Build capacity. Build capacity. It's very, very important. One of my guys who's been in JBL, he has been with us for like 14 years at the studio. And he asked the question, said, after we learn this trade, what are we going to do with it? I said, that's not the question. The question is, when the job comes to the table, can you handle it? Sure. That's the question. Many of us want big gigs. With the way you actually, with the attitude you are portraying towards work, if they make Iwaju 2 to you, can you deliver? Everybody knows Iwaju, right? Can you deliver on it? So it's not about modeling the team and calling yourself superhero. Modeling in house and calling yourself a superhero. You need collaboration. Nobody is going to trust you with a $4 million project when you are the only one in the studio. Or you are two and you are calling yourself a studio, no one will trust you. But when they see that you have a team that is diversified across the entire pipeline of production, then you can put that kind of money in your hand. So as much as possible, and everybody wants to have their studio and all of that because people have treated them one way or the other. One boss has misbehaved to them one way or the other. So feel that by them having their own is the way to go. You don't actually need to have your own. You just need a good boss, a good person to work with. For example, when we're working at the studio, I don't say I'm a CEO, so I sit down in an office. No. You are meeting scene one and I'm meeting scene two. So if you are delaying, by the time you look, your boss is still animating. So you can't say, you just sit and be asking me to deliver. No. What you do is also what I do. So I am always with you. When you have a technical challenge, if I feel like a technical challenge you're able to solve, it will affect the entire project. And at the end of the day, at the end of the movie, you don't see directed and produced end credit only my name. It doesn't happen. Everybody's name is on the credit. So you are not fighting for credit. What matters is the job at the end of the day. So let's make that a priority. The more success stories we have in this industry, the more they are willing to trust us on projects from external places. That's in other countries. Please, Nigerians don't have 4 billion naira to drop into animation. That's the truth. Your market is not here. Simple. It's not here. No matter how much of Blender you learn, no matter how much of Maya you learn, no matter how much of visual effects you learn, even if you're doing project, nobody's going to give you 40 million naira to visual effects. How much is the budget for a film? So look beyond the shores of Nigeria. You're not trying to prove a point to anybody here. I'm not trying to show you I can do them and it is useless. If you feel that because you know how to model an iPhone, you have not become better mind. Let me just be very sincere with you. In production, we don't have time to model everything. If you have to come and do something that today, we go online, we buy it, we adjust it, brush it, and push it out. We don't have time for your superhero-ish technicality. So basically, that's how it runs in production. You need each other. You need each other. And apart from that, so people are more technically skilled than others. I've seen where a project, who knows this animation, I'm trying to imagine it now. This one that Indomie does, Indomie has, Indomie tables. Indomie tables in 2004, they commissioned 161 million naira to Indomie tables. One frame never came out. Yes. 161 million as of 2004. One frame never came out. I know the guys who actually took the project, just so can buy cars, some of them built houses, and they never visited the project. So how then will they trust you that you are going to be different from your predecessors? So if they are not pushing out the big projects to you, don't blame them. They have stories behind it. They have stories behind those failures. And as much as projects keep failing in Nigeria, the foreign guys will not trust any one of us. People rather go and do freelancing, and how much will you pay for freelancing? And it's not even a consistent deal. And it comes once in a month or once, twice a month. And a lot of people are actually struggling for that same spot. They're actually struggling for. So please, as much as possible, you need each other. We all need each other. Whatever it is that you are doing, don't look down on yourself that I'm only a modeler. Grow in what you do. Be the best at what you do. If you need the support of the second person, go meet the person. Be humble. Be humble. If as we all are here, if I kneel down for all of you, after kneeling down, I'm just like, I'm not going to have knelt down. And whatever it is, I've gotten what I want at the end of the day. So please, as much as possible to every one of us, I know many of us don't like hearing this. You want to own a studio of your own. I do know that. You want the money to raw cash to enter into your account. And get it, nobody even pays into your account. That time has passed. It's far past. So please, as much as possible, I don't know what the range of skill sets are here. Even to the point that to run a studio, you need an IT professional. Not for your website too. No, I don't mean website. for just data flow within your staff cycle alone, you need a very, very solid IT professional. So it goes beyond just being a 3D artist, just push polygons here, animate this, animate that. It goes beyond that. If not, you will have issues. So I believe the extra additions to that.
Thank you very, very much. Um, by the way, for those that someone asked me what studio is it, there's 2AD. I think the website
Yeah, that's starting.
is it there?
It's not there. No, it's not there.
There's 2AD.com.ng. That's the website for the studio. So if, in case you want to check them out, you are looking for somewhere. For those that told me they are just joining, you are looking for somewhere that you want to learn you want to learn the skill, you can join them, reach out to them from their website. And you can also see Mr. BC today. And yeah, we have our second.
I can't fix this thing, so you need to come and fix it. Presentation.
Yeah. So one
To
of
fix his
our
presentation.
our second guest speaker just came in. CEO of Orange VFX, Mr. Richard.
He sent it to me.
Good morning, everybody.
We're
How
online.
are you doing today? Alright, so pleasure to be here.
He sent it to me.
My name is Travis Area and Chris Rex of Road so I'm
So you have
happy and
uploaded it on.
excited to be here among you guys. The hangout, of course, meeting with you guys, working, looking at your awesome
Oh, you
portfolios,
wait.
giving my own personal take and feedback on what you want to share with me. Happy to share pointers, to share my experience.
He sent it on the flash
I've
drive.
been doing it for a very long time. I started in 2006, and it's been a very long and interesting career. Next year will be about 20 years I've been doing animation, so it's quite a very, very long time. I started doing my IT days in school, and then I decided to, like you said, I didn't just rush out to open the studio. I actually scouted, looking for jobs, tried to find opportunities to practice my career. Once you want to do
What do you
innovation,
want
you
to
don't
do?
want to just rush and just put it in like you said. It's really very, very
Checking if
important.
it's this
So
thing.
you want to make sure that you gather as much exposure, experience as you can before you want to venture out. It's very important. There's a lot of things that involve this. So I just want to feel, just in the feel of them while we get back to the position. So one of these obviously, like you said, is IT. It's easy to underestimate many of these things that you require. IT is something you can like after it's just a small file, maybe 200 megabytes, 500 megabytes. It's not a big deal. But when you're talking about seconds and seconds, you have to do that frame by frame. One frame can be like 50 megabytes large. Then you now have a 1 minute. A frame is involved. A second is 25 or 24 frames, depending on what they are shooting or TV. And then you now have minutes of context. When you do the math, you end up with discuss a lot of things. So there are so many things to take in mind or to have in mind when you're thinking of studio. And IT is just one of them. There's so other many other different things. There's finance, there's the infrastructure, there's hardware, there's talent, there's planning, there's strategy, everything in between. So I'm not coming to stand in front of you guys and seeing like I'm expert at doing it all. So I'm also learning. So I also learn from you guys as well. Talk to people, to speak to colleagues in the industry, find out about their experiences. We're all on this team together and we're growing together. So I'm happy to meet you guys once again. After the session, after the presentation, we can chat. If the event is maybe doesn't opportune us to talk, you can find us on Discord. So we're very active. We have a Discord channel. The link is on the page. You can check it out and then can chat and communicate some of that. So we're trying to also build a community as well, whereby people can discuss just like this one. there's Animation Nigeria, which is the community that's probably the biggest, I think, that I know of for animation proper in Nigeria. So you guys should check them out. And if you are interested, you can also join our own private community. So we try to nurture people and give them information, friends, also like consular doing. It's a good opportunity to do that. So I'll share the link with you guys during the course of presentation. Ready?
Just
Okay. All right. So I'll share the link with you guys, and then let's connect, let's talk. So Discord is a very important platform. How many of you guys have used Discord? Like, you use it frequently? Right. So let me tell you about Discord and why I love it. Discord is a very awesome tool. I love it for many reasons. Unlike your WhatsApp, which is obviously far more popular, Discord is more focused on the game. Instead of game platform, now it has translated into training and classroom and so on. So Discord is a platform that allows you to see messages. It's much more organized. If you use Slack, you work in organizations that use Slack, it's very similar. So you can post a message, and then when you join a group or journal, you can see messages that have been there for like even before you join. You can post content, it doesn't have any limits, there's no storage space that is used up. It's infinite, as long as your post or your image or video is less than a certain size, 10 megabytes. So we use that to engage people and network, see what they do and all that. So if you join our Discord, you see a lot of tips out there. We also post free resources. Sometimes we do live sessions. Usually on Saturdays, just 1 hour, and talk to us, ask questions, stuff, show you through some of our processes. But every once in a while, we also do like a open session. So when we're working on the project, some projects not all, but some are
Still not
very
open.
important by any year. We tend to just talk through them, show people what we do, you can ask questions, you can see behind the scene. So gives you a bit more insight, you can ask a question, discuss a challenge. So we do that from time to time. So please take advantage of our
Then you
community,
could
feel
get
free to
the
join,
document that I
and
sent.
then introduce yourself when you join,
We've
tell
copied
us
it.
about your goals and what interests you, and then you can go. So while my presentation is getting ready, I want to just take maybe 2, 3 questions that everybody wants to have right now. Who wants to go first? So any question quickly, if you have any. All right, so while you're thinking about these questions, let me talk a bit more about the studio and what we do. So Origin Effects has been around for quite a while. It was started in 2010 as a small studio, so just me at the time. And over time it grew and it became about 24 people in total. Half do production and half do training and administration. So we do 3 main things. One is content as service. So we create content for brands. So people that want to do marketing, that want to promote their services or tell the story, whatever it is, to be an explainer video and so on. So that's what we do. That's services. We also provide training. So people that want to learn, use careers in animation or self-information, can take a course and get the skills. And you can get it for many reasons. You can take the skills if you want to make money for yourself, obviously. If you want to learn a skill that might pay you and help you improve quality of your life, by being more, by being more creative, by helping you tell a story, so obviously that's many reasons why you want to do something. And then something we do at Origin Effect is content. So we are also trying to tell stories, our own stories, not the way the foreigners or the white people will tell for us. We want to tell stories from our own perspective, our own experience, in a way that we can relate to. So we have these characters who you are probably seeing while they're on this. We've been around for quite a while. And so far we've been, I wouldn't say we've been fairly successful with them. We still have a lot of plans that want to build on these characters, want to make it into more of a household name and make it more memorable. So we've been opportunity to work with DSP brands. I'm sure you have seen some of the commercials that we've done with them about the past couple of years.
That means it can even
We
show
released
here as
the
well.
characters in a small skit video in 2013. It went viral at that time. And that what has propelled us a lot throughout the course of the studio. So it's probably probably a calling card, you can say, because a lot of brands that work with us generally reference that video. In fact, at the point, some brands will send us the video and say that we want a video like this. Are you guys able to make this type of video? So and so just wanted to us because they didn't realize that we're going to created it. So it shows you that there's demand for animation. There's a market.
It's big out there. We hear about millions of dollars per movie. One movie making within the $200 million, $1 million. You do the conversion, it's a lot. So, but here it's not even started. It's a tiny fraction of the scale of what we have here. It's very, very tiny compared to what's out there. So we have a lot of potential that we should explore. As young people, we need to tap into it and then build a sustainable and thriving ecosystem and industry on that mission. So that's why we're here today. So let me know when we're ready so that.
Yeah, almost.
So the story of Obiawale is actually a bit of my own personal story. It's a story of hustle, a story of struggle. So I was born with a silver spoon, as like most people, and I've had to hustle my way through life and try to create opportunities for myself. So it's a reflection of my own story in a sense, and I also wanted to reflect a lot of experiences that we go through in this country. I don't like celebrating poverty, I don't like celebrating hardship, but I believe there's a lesson that you can learn from it. So we don't need to shout and make like poverty in the same place. There's nothing special about it. Everybody wants it, obviously. Even though we struggle sometimes in life, it doesn't mean that we want to remain there. So it's more of an aspirational video. They want to try, they want to grow, they want to they have dreams, they have plans, they have goals to pursue. So we want to tell the stories of how they deal with those situations in their own unique ways, from their own perspective, to inspire people and then encourage people to do their best and so on. So that's the overarching vision of the whole series. Obviously, the three main pillars is comedy, dance, and what's that one? Comedy, dance, and but those are the three main key drivers. So sorry, music, that's the first thing I'm going to say. So music, dance, comedy, that's the foundation of the brand. So we are currently working on a music video, which is called Level Must Change. We've been juggling between time production and working on the project itself. We've done a lot of pre-production work, say 90% ish, and the production phase to about 40%, while close to half is done. But it's still going to require a couple of weeks before it's ready. So, but we definitely want to work on time project as well, because that's what generates revenue to be to work on musically. But we hope that coming weeks or months, once the music video drops fully, and inspire more people like very people and attract people to the industry and get more people to participate in and all those things like take up careers, discover opportunities, and then build the animation industry already. Yeah. Okay, so I'll be taking you guys through my brief presentation. I'm aiming to do so in about 30, maybe 45 minutes tops. I'll take some questions. Please put your questions together. I'd like to get them. Also tell us a bit about your background, your story, coming to that. Alright, so welcome once again to today's session. Like I said, I'd love it to be interactive. I'd like to hear from you guys. I don't want to also be the only one speaking. From time to time, feel free to ask a question and I'll stop. Right, let's start with this.
Next slide, okay. No, next step.
So please go ahead and we want to just quickly show you so we can have a look at some of the work we've done in the last years. Go ahead. Thank you very much. So I can't take full credit for the work that you see. There's a lot of people, a lot of effort, a lot of dedication and hard work, sweat and labor and efforts from a lot of people that have gone through this. So I did do, I probably did like 20, 25% of the work that you've seen. So it's obviously team led. Animation is not a one man sport. So it's a team effort. 99% of the time, you want a team to be able to pull off large productions. So that's the only work. Next slide, please. So these are our main characters. So here's Ogi, Chichi, and Wale. So Ogi and Wale, we've been out for much longer. Chichi we introduced in 2014. And so I'll tell you, I won't say it's a mistake, but something that we did. I think it's something that we should have done better. So when the video trended back in 2013, we're so eager to right away that we just like taking client jobs. So fast forward down to 2024, we got so busy with client productions that we grew too fast and we were not able to go back to our project. But at the end of the day, we need to keep the team, paid, we have to keep costs going. And then it became a very difficult challenge to keep working on our own personal project. And the other problem with personal project is that this is our current project that we want to produce in such a way that it's profitable, the quality is very good, and then it speaks very well. So you have end up with the situation where you have to either compromise, which we didn't want to do, or you just go the full length mile and then deliver what you want. So this also brought us, it gave us just a dilemma. So unfortunately, we went with the option of focusing on client projects a bit too early. So my personal advice is when you're starting your career or when you're any stage of career, don't prioritize making money. I know it sounds kind of weird to say, but it's true. Prioritize creating something of value. Value is what will bring money to get value. So we could have done it this way, but we let it slide. And even though it's still sometimes like people still point to it and like where this person and that, but we get the way to dry up, So, but we are going to respect back. We have a plan to put it back on track. But it takes more effort now than back then, obviously. But we believe that it's not impossible. Next slide. So this is the intro to what we call Orange 3.0. So C is our academy, which we branded as Orange Seed Academy. So just like the analogy of a seed or a metaphor, seed is what you also put in the ground, germinates, bring forth, plant a tree, and bring So it's what we call our training school, just shortened as ONC. So we just want to nurture people, help them discover the path of animation, guide them, mentor them, help them to succeed. And one thing I want to share with you guys is that during animation training, most of the schools that we have in training, we don't provide proper mentorship, proper post-training support. They just teach you theory and then push you out there to go and figure out everything else. So that's not the way forward. It's going to limit a lot of people to grow. After the training, what comes next? You need to do internship, you need a mentor to guide you, to give you right feedback on the work, professional activity. So that's one of the things that we'll try to address for us. We want to make sure that people get continuous exposure, be it through mentorship, coaching, one-on-one, Q&A sessions, networking. That is the general idea for currency. So we want to make it far more organized. So we've had previous iterations. 3.0 is our latest version of that. We believe, we address most of those key challenges and then build a much more sustainable and thriving ecosystem for admission. Next slide. So I'm going to inspire young people. A lot of people say everybody wants to inspire the next generation. So I've seen it quite a lot. So we just want to copy them as well. We want to inspire people as well next year. 1,000 people is our goal every year. Currently, we train about maybe 2 to 300 people a year. So it's still a small, modest number. I want to keep that number up. We want to fill the skills gap. So a lot of people send their staff, companies send their employees to studios to come and train on different kinds of cinematography and so on. So maybe figured out, I figured already that most of my position is centered around training. And that's one of the key areas that we're trying to address, the talent gap. So that's why I think it's really important to this. So the next slide. So once you empower people, once you have great jobs, we've helped you find jobs in the past. There are some companies that sometimes contact us directly your popular brands, sometimes you just reach out and say, okay, we need someone that can do this and so to help people get jobs fast. And some jobs they pay all kinds of amounts. Some of them may be small, 50K, but the opportunity is usually far more important than build on this individual. Some bigger, some up to even 150, 200, 300 people. It's possible that happens, but we need to make it more frequent. So on that note is to also build leadership. It's not just to learn the skills. How do you work with a team? Have you ever interacted with someone before? Have you reported to someone? Are you accountable for your work? So those are the other soft things that they are subtle, but they are also very key. You can't survive in a team environment, production environment, where you don't have at least basic leadership understanding. Can you lead a team? Do you know how to inspire other people, motivate them, and so on? Also want to help create solutions to solve problems for companies. So ultimately, all these that we're doing, visual animation, creative 3D, the goal is to create value. So if you cannot use that value in solving someone's problem, it's worthless. Value doesn't always have to necessarily mean cash. Although cash is usually the easiest way to show that something is valuable these days. But you want to create value by solving someone's problem or selling a story and so on. So we want to provide support, so online mentoring, coaching, back and so on. Mentorship, back discuss, and then help people to put their hands. So I come from a bit of my own backstory. I'm actually a chemical engineer by training. I graduated from the University of Faculty. And I told myself that in secondary school that I would never want to do anything like art. Because back then growing up, we all thought art people are the serious type. They're always sitting at the back of the class. They were bound to failure. That's the impression that was imprinted on me growing up as a child. But growing up and having experienced a lot, I come to see things a lot more differently. I have much more deeper, profound respect for art than I've ever did. Many of the key people that I also have worked with, my close friends in the industry, come from other backgrounds, where people are related. But the love and passion and mission is what brought us here and let us have this next slide. Okay, so I'll be talking a bit about animation pipeline. I'm going to give like an overview. For some, you already know much about the animation production process. So for many of these not to, so I'll just quickly touch a bit on the pipeline. So next slide. Next slide. So there's usually two phases. Actually, there's five. So the main production itself divided into pre-production, production, and post. There's the creative process, which is the planning, the development, the concepting, and all of that, and all the all even solution what it is. And then pre-production.
Sorry, please. There's so much background noise from the audience. Even those online, we can't really hear. So we can just go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a creative or pre-production stage development. The pre-production is your stage where you do your storyboarding, your concept art, your sketches, and all that. Tell the story apart. And the whole for animatic. So some of you are already familiar with them, so I won't go too technical. The production is where you now start creating and building assets and so on. Then you have a post-production where you after creating your 3D animating characters, you do your lighting, effects, you render, then you go to software to do your composition, and so on. Like I said, I won't go too technical, I don't go anybody with all that detail person. So next slide. So this just give you a general rough overview of what some of these are going to production for animation. So we generate ideas, create a story, write a script around it, then do storyboarding and animatic. Then you now enter production where you do your modeling, do your rigging, and lighting, VFX, rendering, and so on, all kinds of stuff in between. Next slide. So because I've come across this image a lot, many of you guys that already have like some experience with see this image a lot. So I think it's a very popular image, it's self-explanatory, it just shows a lot of what goes into the steps of animation production. Next. So I'll play a little video for you guys to just give you a sense of some real. Thank you.
Take it really out. The video.
There's a player, just one more. Look, it's also at the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, right, so that's the next slide. Okay, so let's talk about opportunities. Our goal is to help people to discover unique ways to empower themselves. Once you guys want people to make money with that, train with us, for example. to make money, do people that work with us. Obviously, you can't be in one company for the rest of your life. You will definitely go to other places, explore other things, travel, and meet people. So I go to create opportunities as much as we can. So if you work with the studio with Orange FX, I'm going to give you as much exposure, guidance, and empower you as best as you can. And then hope that if you decide to leave or when you decide to leave, we leave as friends and then and come and tell you the story about how we contributed to the career goals or something like that. So we also from time to time hire directly from people that we train and there's opportunities. So it's not very many at the moment because, like my colleague said, the industry is still at the growth stage, still needs more nurturing and more building. Like so. So, but we are getting somewhere, the industry is taking root. So, what I think we need to see in the long run is we need to have more studios being set up. So, like I said, we don't need them set up in a hurry. We need just the right number. Everyone can have a studio, obviously. But just the right number that is a good balance, so that there's efficiency, there's production, but the most important thing is scale. To be able to handle production at a very large scale. Like I said, you can't produce an episode of Avatar. From Waju, yes, I remember. You can't produce an episode of Waju as a freelancer. It's not possible. It's just too much. You don't kill yourself. Even if you do, it will take you maybe 10, it take a very long time. And you need a lot of money too. And so it's almost impossible. Very, very, very difficult. But with a team of a studio with a good structure, a couple of months, maybe a year, depending on how fast the team is, it's possible. You can start that time back. Next slide. Okay, this is the
Okay.
presenter. Next.
Okay.
Okay, so while they're doing that, we also help with multi-day certification, and we are the first studio that in West Africa that got the multi-day form certification for training media entertainment. So they are others in architectural design and so on. So, but we can also help you to secure a student certification. So, it's what's the use of the certification? It's important if you want to work overseas or you just want something that will show you distinguish you as a professional, someone who has recognized globally. So, I think last time I checked it was about $60 for the exam, right? And just like your TOEFL exam that you take when you travel to the UK, you sit an exam, and then when you pass, you get a certificate valid for 3 years. Can renew it if you want. So it just shows you that you are confirmed of having right experience and knowledge to do stuff. Next slide. Okay, so these are some of our courses, not all of them obviously. Right now we have about 21 courses in total, and we've segmented them into diploma programs. So we just started doing diploma programs 2 months ago. And it's a way to help people choose. So in the past, people used to have confusion. You see all these many courses like which one do I have this? Which of the ones do I need? How many of them do I have to do and so on. So but by instructing them to diploma modules, they're like one week, usually 2 to 4 courses. Most of them are around 3 courses. So most of our courses are 1 month long. So within a space of say 6 months, if you complete the training, you do the mentorship, and you do your practicals, you do your projects, you should, with a very high degree of certainty, be able to graduate from the training with a portfolio that can help you secure jobs. So we help you get jobs with organizations. One of them is this brand that makes what's it, it's one of those, if I remember my mention, can engage them, have them work in our team, gain some exposure, and then lay a foundation in such talent. So that's just an overview of how we are structured. So let's go to the last section, which is the question and answer. So I'd like to take some questions. So who will go first? Everybody.
So please, tell me about. So please, tell me about internship in your.
Thanks for that very good question. The way internship works is that it's very limited. I'm very, very brutally honest about internship in the studio. So in the past, we've tried internship with limited success. The reason being that most that apply from, say, universities, they generally don't have any background or any knowledge whatsoever. So they come as absolute beginners. So we've tried in the past, very limited success. Only in some few cases, let's say like 10% of the time, we didn't really have any kind of knowledge. So maybe from interest, practice that they've done, maybe the place blender, for example. Most of the blender that they start with, and they then come to the studio with their portfolio and so on. So we've struggled with internship in the past. So what we try to do these days is we try to encourage people that okay, if you don't already have a background, we recommend you take a course, one or two, to at least lay the foundation, and then during the remaining, usually 6 months, the first 1 to 2 months, you learn the course or two, you can use the remaining 4 months to perfect that thing you learned, and hopefully be able to contribute. So internship is very possible in the studio. We've taken time. I know we have about I think 3 persons, if I'm not mistaken, running intern with us. All three I believe are outside. We came from the West outside of Lagos. So we have opportunities for internship. In terms of payment, it's just a stipend, it's very small. I think it's that's 60 or 50, but just a small amount to cover those basic. But the idea is that you need to gain exposure far more than you're not necessarily working per se. You're just there to learn, get exposure, and understand the workflow. The hope that when they finish the internship, then they apply maybe when they graduate or right afterwards. So yes, we do have time. Very easy.
Okay, it's in your website that you. Okay, as a last year, when I said learning animation, when I said like animation, so I love, but I still love doing this. So I researched about a lot of companies. So I saw right there some of the standard animation studios in Nigeria. And when I checked the website, I saw that you guys um, admit at least 4 weekends every year between January and March. So it was an opportunity I was looking forward to. And then at the time of my application, there was no, I didn't receive any email concerning I didn't know if it was received, but I didn't receive any email concerning the acknowledgement of my application or if it is to work on it. And then I also, even when we started talking, I'm on your website, right? And you still have the internship there. And I applied again this year, and nothing was also done. And I've noticed that most times, most studios or most of these companies, they put internship um, stuff on their website, and then it's not really, it doesn't work. You get? I tried applying for a course on your orange website, your studio, and then I received an email. Someone called me to complete payment or to complete the application when I tried buying the course. But when I tried applying for the internship, no email was sent. So that's why I asked you not to tell me. That was really the end of it.
All right, so let me again. I understand, and I also apologize for not getting you sooner feedback. We have to go back and take feedback, and we work on our systems and our processes for how we follow up. So, internship is a very tricky thing for the studio right now. So, the orange studio PFS is specifically the challenge we had is how internship is what I just described. We hire interns, and then we find out that we have like almost zero knowledge. They're just basically starting from scratch. So most times, like I said, during production, there's very little room, there's very limited time. So at the moment, we're currently doing mostly client projects, so which is all your regular brands. and most of the projects that we do are attentive advertising, and they have very strict deadlines. So what happens is that when we do that, we've done it for many times in the past. We've got it 10, sometimes up to 4 or 5. But when they come in, they don't have any knowledge, they can barely contribute to the project that we're working on. So they are just, and they will not spend time interacting with staff. So we end up getting, it becomes distracting. Sorry to that word. But they sometimes ask a lot of questions, and that looks as if we have to start training someone from scratch to do a lot of production, which in many cases is not practical. So that's the reality of the situation. So I'm going to be very honest about that. And so it now forced us to think how we run our education program. So yes, we need to update it. So we have to now recommend, okay, at least take a course and demonstrate some kind of efficiency. Also, the other alternative route is to come with a portfolio or a show reel or something that can tell us that you have at least gotten the basics down, you have an idea to do that. So two of them are probably, you have 3 interns right now. Two of them are not former students. They send their portfolio, we look at them, and then we also have periods when we like to recruit interns. Usually we do them the first half of the year. So, and then once we hit that number, we generally don't take an intern until maybe beginning of the following year. So we also have the time frames that we generally take when we try to take. So there's a limit to how many people these students can actually absorb. So I'm very sorry, but we will accept every single application. Yes, but we have to go back and work on our process, at least acknowledge any application that we receive, and let them get an update on whether or not the application is issued. But it's something that we really go back and work on. Thank you. Any other question? Yes, someone's at the back.
Yes, sir. I have a question on Sunday. So you said you start is to gain a lot of experience, not just in the technical aspect of it, but experience outside, just to work for, to do a lot of it. So when I started, this, when I tried to read this country, especially this country, I felt like I heard like this country is not fast. So it was just 3 years and stuff like that. I mean, I researched that was around 2020. I researched 2020 when I was last semester. I could not find any. I saw it reviews. Although the same thing, yesterday, last year, I actually applied for it, I did not get it. That's about it. But this country, there is no law cases like experience. So I want to like, you can share, or if you have already taken experience, so you can share your tips or any advice on how like someone like or anybody can actually go about that. Yeah, my own perspective was like it's something that you actually have to touch on, but I just want to go from your own perspective when you think about AI. Like as the CEO and everything, how did the new trend of AI now in the industry, how has it affected this is I know it doesn't affect the growth right now. How do you think the next future is? Because I've seen some stores and I cannot even tell whether it's actually by and but actually so sounds to me, especially when I started my journey in 2020 and I'm like in the middle of my thing now, like intermediate and I'm like, let me use my time, next now becoming the boss then more just for the next 10 years now I'm going to people and things like that. Or I should not find something else. Or jump on AI train and try because I have friends that are already collecting kits, making more money than me that I'm even using this tool to do and you collect kits and you do AI videos and do adverts for folks and security and you collect I'm making dollars and like thousands of dollars for this upwards so I don't know what you think about it from your own perspective. Thank you.
All right, thank you for both very, very great questions. So let me address the first question from the gentleman. For experience, understand that yes, as an intern, when you're applying for internship, it's been very difficult to just go to any company and just get an internship from that company. So, but there are ways you can go around it. You can work on self projects. So look for projects that the company you're applying to will be interested in. So there should be some kind of overlap. Don't just pick things that are random, or look for something that will fit your goals and also matches what the company typically does or what they will need. So do a lot of personal projects as much as you can, the right time that you have. You can also do volunteer. So you can say that okay, I'll work for a month without pay, but I want to use that month to demonstrate that I have some social skills. You know, give me something that's based on that. But the first thing you want to have in mind when you are starting a career is to do the portfolio. So most people just believe that they are learned it, or I find give it to them. Sometimes it doesn't work that way. It may be better in many cases to build the portfolio. The portfolio is like your calling card. It's your marketing to your CV and pretty creative space. So start by building a very strong portfolio. You don't have to spend 10 years or 2, 3 years trying to create something that will compete with Disney. You can't compete with Disney. Let me be very loud and clear. You cannot compete with Disney. Even if you are given the next 20 years, it's very chance is very slim. The best you can do is to tell stories that can rival theirs. That's the only way I can see that we can challenge. Even at that, it's very hard to write a very good story and then create into a concept. So don't try to beat Disney. Just create something that is very good, that is well done. The best you can admit, I like to make points in time, whatever time and resources that you have, and then use to promote yourself. But don't stop there. The secret is going a step further the next time. The next time we attempt that task, raise the bar higher, try to push it and look for where you can improve. So if you don't have anything else you can think of to improve, think about the speed. If you're taking 10 days to do something, try and do it in 8 days. If you're doing it in 8 days, try and do it in 6 days. So that way you create value for yourself. Value is not only about something that you do, but also how fast you do it is also considered value. The company can pay for a job much, much higher than another company can do if they deliver it faster. For example, the brand wants to advert, they want it in 1 week. They want it express, so you have to literally schedule everything. Somebody is telling them you will need 2 months job. Definitely, you can charge way more than carry. So that's bad. And then to address the second person's question about AI. So yes, we will have that concern. I'll be honest, I also worry about AI because I wouldn't say I figured it all out or I have all the answers. I'm also researching, I'm also learning, and researching. So I want to think of AI the way when computers first came out. So at one point in time, everybody was saying that computers need to replace everybody. So let me tell you because when you look at this visual validation,
Hello, hello, please, let's.
so if you look at the story, if you look at the story of animation, they used to do animation in 2D drawing. When we were watching films like Mulan, I grew up watching Mulan, Lion King, Anastasia, and also that 2D classics in Disney. Then when computers came, all of a sudden everybody panicked. The whole industry kind of turned upside down. Like everybody's like, going to lose their jobs. The world's going to come to an end, and everybody faced that. The ones that were smarter, they switched, or at least they adapted. They started learning how to use the same software, and things were better. So it's the same drawing, but just like computer made it a little bit faster and easier and was better. So I see AI in very much the same way. We just need to look at it as a tool. It's not necessarily a trend. We need to adjust, adapt. In the studio, we use AI a lot. So let me give one area that I know AI has disrupted. One of them is script writing. So before it used to be very hard. You have to go and think and think and think. You can't reach out to us and say, give us a script. We have a product once launch in the market. We don't want our competition to know about it. Before one other brand will produce it, we want to create a script, we want to produce the video and give us the content and it must come out within 3 weeks before somebody else go and do their one test and market stuff. So it happens a lot. So back then this is very difficult. We have to think and think and think and think. We crack our brains and now we come up with a single idea and based the past and plan way for the and then somebody else for the advantage of everything. So but with AI they can just like inform. Within 10 minutes, it can give you hundreds of ideas. Like well written, well planned, everything. But there's a catch. So let me ask this question. Let's make it more interactive. So who would write a script better? A script writer using AI to write a script, or a random person that is just using AI to write a script who will do it better? The scriptwriter or the editor? So why is that? The scriptwriter already has a deep understanding of scriptwriting. They know what makes a good script, what makes a bad script. They know the structure of the script. So they are already has an advantage. So if you look at yourself as a three bit in this AI, you are far better off than a random person that doesn't understand AI at all. You know, they see things and to them it looks fine. But to you as one person, you won't like to do it much faster. So it gives you an edge. So see it as a tool, not as a threat. You know, it's an opportunity to make your work faster and better, you know, and help us to win and become successful. So I don't know how much time I have left. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dempsey would like to answer for
Okay, so for the very first person, you mentioned how internship. Let us notice generally anywhere in the world, getting an internship position in a studio takes time. So even if you are coming from very high graded CG animation school, it does take time. I'm not saying that our studios are there yet. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to cover up or students on that fact. But internship positions are normally competitive. And as much as possible, you to have you to have your leg inside the studio in terms of internship position. You yourself need to approve yourself to a certain level. So that you're not becoming important to them. They're only going to have to give you more exposure and give more opportunity to actually get your hands on the project. That's what the students will actually do because they're not coming to come and train all over again. So anybody that wants an internship position, you need to do some background work on yourself. Because, for example, even in our case, if you don't have a portfolio, we send you to their head. That's how it is. So as much as possible, do that, and I believe you will get internship positions. For the AI thing, like I mentioned, add it to your tool set. If not, you will lose out. You will lose out. For example, if you actually have a character that you are working on, for a key artist, it gives you a very, very good advantage over just a prompt engineer that just comes to type and rubbish in. So, for example, you have a character that you develop in 3D. You can actually train your own AI based on that character. So it's not in every shot that you need to animate the character. It's still your character. Because one other thing is this: if you actually just prompt an AI to just do an animation like it's mostly on YouTube, you don't have intellectual right over that asset. All you have is just the number of views. That's all the financial returns that's going to come to you. But in terms of the financial IP, the ownership of that character, you don't have rights over it. But if that's someone who has conceptualized the character for you, you built a character, train it on an AI, maybe Clean or Google VO3. You created a character, do the front view, the side view, and from there it's able to generate it for you and animate it like using the prompt. So it's a tool. Learn it so you don't miss out on the dollars. You can live longer.
Right, that allows for going. Alright, so I'll just leave you guys with this. So here's one tip that I also want for you. So the money that you're trying to make now, you will probably make it on the next client, not on the current client. So let me explain what I'm saying. Usually you want to work for, let's say you want to work with MTN. You can go and work with maybe the smallest organization that MTN is using or another non-related brand and go and put something for them. And if you're lucky they use it, if you're lucky they don't. If you're not, produce it, you might not. But produce it to the quality that you charge the next person for. So that when you've done it to that first person, the next person that comes, you use that one as a way to now convince the next person to what this person. You most likely in most cases won't want to ask the person the price. Like you did that first project. So you end up charging the value of the what you did on that particular project on the next person. So it's a very small tip, but it can make a lot of difference. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Richard. We appreciate you. So we'll, we'll be having refreshment after this session, but like we just have one more session to go. Can someone tell me what is that part of 3D create 3D what's that part of 3D art that you just hate doing, even though you have to do it? It's a compulsory part.
You will
Who else wants to tell us another part that they need, but you have to do it to get quality work.
I would say take a role with solutions. And you get something that feels right, so you take it to like resolutions and then you take
And me, I know that simulation is something I don't even like going near. Yeah, but then there's UV unwrapping. You get that part of the process is a very important part of the process. Yeah, but honestly, I ran away. I started learning 3D, and for a year, I was still running away from UV unwrapping. You understand? So even when you've eventually learned it, it's possible that you did not learn it right. Because I know someone that has been creating production quality. I just said production that has been creating assets like for years. And I asked him, "Do you know what textile density is?" And he was like, "I don't know." You understand? And that's a very important thing that you need to know if you are doing video wrapping. You understand? Especially for games, especially. So um, our very good character artist here wants to take us through the process of giving wrapping, show you how it is done, and teach you how to do it right so that you get your assets to, Disney level type shit. So, for those of you that are with your laptops, you can join in the process. It's going to be a very interactive session. So, I want you guys to feel free and let's have fun, alright? So, Caesar, you can pick it up from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adeoye Oluwaferami, but most people know me as Caesar the artist online, if you know. And I'm a 3D artist. I specialize in character creation, like stylized character creation, and I dabble in props for games. So I make characters for games, for animation, and for 3D printing. And today I'll be walking you guys through UV unwrapping with Rhizome UVs. And a lot of people probably haven't used Rhizome UVs before, but we'll be going through like the software, why we are using Rhizome UVs, and why you guys should start using it today. Okay? So I'm going to share my screen. Yeah, they can follow. If you have the software, you can follow along. And I'm going to share my screen and yeah, we'll try to demystify UV unwrapping. So I want to share. I'm going to switch the internet
what's your question? Can you just can you speak about
What's your approach for like doing
Okay, uh, I use Blender. Don't use right now. I feel like I don't use right now, but I use Blender for YouTube. The approach is just it's simple. I don't know. Blender is. I don't think Blender handles it very, very well when it packs. So what I do is, I don't know what the question is exactly, but you just use your app application. But you already have it in mind that you are going to be using Udemy because you want the best quality possible, right? So the Udemy, you just maybe 2 or 4K. But the problem comes when you try to pack it. Yeah, what you do is you pack. You select a couple of them. You want to be in the same island, in the same texture set rather. Not texture set, in this scenario. It's
same UBI
in the
land?
same UV, no, not UV island. UV square.
You want one space?
Yeah, you want one space. Yeah. You pack it. After you are done packing them, carry them all together and they are cubic. Move them away. Then you select the next group of islands, pack that one to the same place, move it away. Then pack the, let's say it's 3 units you are using. You pack the last one in and move it away. Then you now start moving each one into its own, island. It's its own one-to-one space, right? It's its own box. But now this is the problem. Thank God students are not for games. Because we use the blender. I don't know how you do the margin and the padding thing. I don't know how to do it. You go eyeball and you just use your eyes. I don't know how to solve it, but it's for animation, so it doesn't really matter like that. Just get a good result, I guess. And that's how you do it.
Yeah. So I think that's all. So while we are waiting for refreshment, we want to have one more panel session. We want to have a panel session. Like we have some of the big guys here talk about AI, like an harnessing AI in your daily workflow. Is it an help or an hindrance? So okay, Caesar, you'll be moderating that session.
Yeah.
Is that my thing?
Um,
Let me remove that. Let me, I won't carry this thing. No, no, wait, I won't carry this thing. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Let me plug it back. Plug it back. Plug it back. Yeah. Take it. Please. Still Joe, Joe, is that my phone? You can go.
okay. Yeah, so we're having a panel section now. A panel session now, and then the topic would be harnessing AI in daily workflows. I know AI has been disturbing a lot in the industry recently, and I want you guys to prepare your questions because these guys are here to answer your questions concerning that topic. So, is it AI an help and hindrance to your workflow? So, we are having Mr. Chisi Adetayo joining us for that session. Then we have Mr. Richard. Yeah, step out. Okay. Then we have Uche. Oh, that's Usaman. Then we have Danny Big. That's Victor. Then Caesar, you be moderating the session, right?
Okay, so we're in the final session now, and the topic today, what I would like us to discuss is AI, the elephant in the room. So we want to talk about harnessing AI in 3D workflows. Is it here to help us? Is it an help? Or is it an influence? Now, for me, when AI came out, I was on the side of no, because since after using ChatGPT lately, I'm trying to switch sides. I'm like Skywalker, what's that guy? Of Star Wars. I'm trying to see some of the, the advantages and also the disadvantages.
Jacob. Can you hear me? I'm a 3D character artist. And so we're talking about AI and estimate is it an advantage or a disadvantage? Are there more benefits or are there more disadvantages? For me, the way I see AI, I see it as a great equalizer. I feel like the common man has not had tools available to him that makes him be as productive as what will require a big establishment organizing the team to do. Now we have AI, and there's a lot of things that you can just do even as a complete beginner. So first of all, you have already reduced the barrier to entry. If you don't know how to start, you can ask AI, how do I start? You can ask AI, you can say, okay, I want to do these things. I don't know how. I don't know where. What YouTube video should I even watch? Like you can just ask and see how, where, how do I just start? And apart from that, you can also cut the time you usually spend working hard. Like when I use AI, typically as a 3D artist, I've been seeing a lot of these model 3D model generators. I stay away from it. I don't. I feel like as a 3D artist, if I'm generating 3D models, then am I still a 3D artist? Like I'm just a front guy. But what I typically do is I use AI in like concept. So when I want to model something, especially when it's an idea I have in mind, I look for references online. The old fashioned way, you go to Google, you go to Pinterest, you go to Artstation, the old fashioned way. But I also go to AI and type in the prompt. I want to know what AI is doing because it's like what AI gives you if you type in cool ninja code, what AI gives you is a perspective that this thing has like searched through all the data that humanity has collected and it has gone through the way we define certain things. And it has seen that this certain kind of code is what generally human beings will perceive as a cool media code. And now if you're going to Pinterest, you see everybody putting their own spin on it. So everybody's art will be very individualistic. What they consider cool. But with AI, you can get like an overview, like generally speaking, what would a cool media post look like? And so in my workflow, I always have like a few AI images right there. And I think the perspective that AI brings is actually is very eye it's also very useful. You can add a lot to it. You can actually change the way that you have been thinking about certain things during your workflow. And I also think that AI, yes, there are disadvantages, right? There's the issue of whether it's going to take our job, but I feel like we can also create things from the ground up, like from scratch, right? We can make the game that we want. I think right nowadays, like the industry is shifting, indie is taking over. We can now make the things we want from the ground up with the use of AI, like just harnessing AI in our workflow and just a few people can make a team and use just harness the power of AI to make something very cool, very cool. That's how I think of
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Okay, so I like the perspective he actually brought into it, which is actually very good. But let us all of us, let's sincerely evaluate the scope of what AI can actually do. It can do everybody's work. That's very, very realistic. But the way I want you to see it is this. For every industry, there's an entry level. There's an entry level. If before you are a 3D artist and you can get a job by modeling the table, now modeling the table doesn't get you a job anymore. You used to be able to do far more before you can actually get a job later. So the entry level jobs are going away. All entry level jobs, forget about it. So if you are a newbie in the industry, you have no place. You have that's the implication of actually what AI is doing. Because all the low-hanging fruit jobs, I actually have a particular friend who actually owns has a YouTube page, and all the children's content on it are AI generated. And you see the number of likes that are on it, crazy numbers. Almost something close to Coco Melon's level. And she's a Nigerian. She only just started Blender class about 2 months ago. So if you call yourself a modeler and all you can do is model a board or a box, your career is done. Or let's just put it that way, you have not started. So you need to be able to do something a whole lot better. For example, when computer came into the industry and all of that, we believed it was going to take the job of the painters. It did not. It only made their jobs more valuable. So jobs that are actually hand-driven, just like animation that are hand-driven, are going to now become much more valuable. That's the overall implication, because it will not be everybody's production anymore. Not everybody can just start a prompt and get a Disney level production. It's not going to happen. So you actually give value to the top tier creatives. So if you are not in the top tier of you, if you are not at the peak of your work, you will not be able to sustain it. For example, everybody knows the CEO of the media, Jason Wang. Jason Wang said this statement, said, you don't need to be a programmer. You don't even need to know how to program. That's one of his statements. But if you don't have a programming background, you won't do well in programming, even if you are using a prompt. To actually do your overall programming at the end of it. You still need to have that core foundation of being a programmer. So it gives you an entry level start, but you won't actually cut even at the end of it. So look at it from that perspective. It's a tool, yes, but for who? And to what level can that tool take you? So the jobs that you normally have gotten as a normal 3D artist, somebody who knows nothing about 3D can now compete with you. Maybe you only know how to animate. Now this person will be able to model, animate, texture, light with just a prompt. So your own skill set that is just in one side, that just one-sided, that I can only animate, you are going to lose opportunities in that particular area. So that's one of the core implications of it, as much as it's a tool. Now, Caesar just showed us how to texture. That lady doesn't even know how to model. I know that she has more in her account than Caesar will ever have in the next 1 or 2 years. It's a sincere, no, that's very frank. I mean, that's the reason why we have meetings like this. So we know where we are going, we know what's actually happening. But you see the number of likes this lady has, you would actually sit back and evaluate, is this thing really worth learning? Is your 3D skills going to be as valuable as it is in the next 1 year? Because these AI tools are getting better by the day, cleaner by the day. So it's going to be a 50-50 ratio. In fact, AI is going to take 70% of the jobs. 70% of the jobs. That's the truth. 30% will be left to the best of the best creatives. The rest will go into agriculture. Yes, AI is not there yet. So that's my submission.
Hi, my name is Kuchin Nagioba here, and I'm a 3D generalist, mostly tutor. So what that means is I make money from teaching. I don't really do animation to make money anymore. So why I do that is that because consistency matters to me. Like when the money comes from, I need that to be settled for me to focus on being a good what I want to become in the future. So that's why I decided to do less work and more
Yeah, sure. Another part of it is because I also felt like people are not sharing information when we're in industry, so I wanted to be that person that will break that chain where everything I know, someone else, I want everyone to know because I don't have my t-shirt. So why I teach mostly is because first of all, there was lack of education when I started animation, and everything I find out, people are not giving information in real time. You get to hear about something only after they use it for a long time. So teaching was driven by mostly salary consistency and then passion to share knowledge. Now I went to that background so I can go back to why we're here. I've been doing animation about AI for the past 2 years with the same foundation here. So I thought back as 2020, an Indian school, Aptech, who knows Aptech here? They reached out to me because of my work and they asked me to speak to their students. They were graduating and they were worried about their future. That AI will take their job, that they spent 4 years, wasted their time in that. So I had to spend 1 hour helping me not to cry. Like, oh my God, they are dead. And I will say what he just said right now, which is, it sounds very brutal but realistic. I think to put it short, I would say AI is garbage in, garbage out. And by what he means by only the best of the best will get the job is that if you don't have your fundamental knowledge about animation, art, or anything, what you give to AI will be only as good as what you do. So you can be the best typer of prompts. If you don't have any idea of what the doctor will ask you if you have malaria, if you ask AI you have malaria to give you solutions for Ebola, AIDS, and everything else. So it's only, and that's your prompt is backed by the knowledge of what you have on that subject. For example, I keep telling my students now that if you want to open a company, please put your co-founder on the Grok, senior programmer Grok, because I have built like 4 games in my house for the past 1 month using Grok. Grok can now, but guess what? If it gives you a code, there are issues with the programming. It's not perfect. If I didn't have foundation knowledge of what the programming C# is or Unity itself is, I would be playing out with the code I don't understand. So yes, maybe there will not be job for everybody, but there will be job for people that still have fundamental knowledge of what the subject is about. So what you're learning about Blender right now or Maya, or it's not thrown away. Just know that you have to collaborate with AI. I was speaking with somebody at the back I've been trying to meet. His name is Bosun. Bosun, one of the best 3D rigging artists I've ever met in Nigeria. And why I always shout out about him because we all know rigging is the scariest part of animation, right? And for some reason, this guy sat down and mastered it. I don't know what was preventing him, but he mastered it. And whenever he does his job, I keep checking if he's a Nigerian person or a foreign person, right? Why that's important? Because I've been playing around with 3D generative platforms for over a year plus now. If they give you a 3D generative character, right? If you say you want a monster with 4 arms, how are you going to make that monster? If you take it to Pixar, Pixar will give you only two. Pixar can only read 2 legs, 2 hands, 1 head, right? If the monster has a tail, Pixar cannot read the tail for you. You need someone like Boston to come and figure out how to extend that read to have a tail and extra 4 arms, 2 more arms, right? So people that are already experts will not use their jobs because no matter where you go with AI, see that lady that has a lot of views on her page, she will sit down rock and then she'll come back to Caesar to fix issues. I was watching Caesar's lecture today and I have not listened to, I've been doing texture and journalists, I do everything in 2D, right? But I don't know the names of some things I do. I will be honest, I don't know the names of them, I just do them, right? And this is the first I'm hearing that texture density, that's what it means. I've been doing it, but I didn't know what it means, right? But in this class, I know what it means now, right? I know why it is useful. So you can go very far to a certain level. There's a level you're going to get as a beginner with AI, right? You're going to get it with beginner level, but the level you get to with your client, even you as a person want to grow to a certain level, you have to come out with people like Caesar or Boss to figure out the next stage of your growth. So what that means is that, for example, you don't have people can buy old school cars that are not in the market anymore and they maintain it. It's not a vintage, it's very expensive, and even the new Mercedes Benz. That's what they're going to become now. People that can do these things manually will now be in high demand. But please don't underestimate what AI can do for you, right? If you're a rigging artist and you don't have somebody's mesh to borrow, go and generate your mesh and then rig it and have peace of mind. And showcase what you can do to the global audience so they can hire you in peace. You can't keep rigging a man with 2 hands and 2 legs every day. They don't even hire you for that. Everybody can do that now. Rig a character that has 4 arms, 6 arms. Show them you can do it. But how can you model that if you don't have to? If you're rigging artist, you don't have to model. Go and generate it in peace and then rig that thing and improve it on LinkedIn, right? So I feel like AI will help you just prove part of the jobs you want someone to learn. You want to specialize as a reading artist, you can use AI to cover your 3D aspect. But please do not go and do 100% generated work and post online. That is just horrible. nobody will support you. I saw a post about on 80 levels yesterday where they're talking about how games on on Steam are getting 90% good reviews that use AI to make their games, right? 80 level hates AI, but they couldn't say that game was not good. Now, what sold that game? The fun techniques. Nobody's angry about AI generative art, right? The problem is how do you use that art? Are you going to use that to blind me and then give me rubbish quality? Are you going to now give me fine characters and then rubbish animation and expect me to like your work because you generated your, or you go and steal animation, you generate the animation and everything, you're running up, the guy Godzilla is running up, because changes to lizard and change to rats. Like you're happy for me. No, you still have to do your work, right? Generate your images, go to After Effects, edit your work, fix the issues, do your work. I'm glad what YouTube is doing right now. If you do 100% AI generative work, YouTube will demonetize you. Go and collaborate with a voice artist. Go and collaborate with a guy that can act a movie and use that to do your video. Collaborate and get the job done. Show the work you are doing, right? AI, yeah, I agree in Africa, we don't have support, no funding. AI is here to help us get off the ground. But please, collaboration is still very key. You can go very far. If you're not down well now, YouTube has demonetized them. Everybody's going back home now to talk to partner with their voice artists now and try to look for people to collaborate with. All I'm saying is, what you are learning right now will come multiplied AI. Tell people that you smoke weed that. It's not for everybody. Get what I'm going to? It's not for everybody, right? If you don't have anything, like Two-Face smokes weed, makes good songs, right? And then you that don't have any talent to smoke weed. 0 times 0 is what? That's what AI is. AI will multiply what you can do right now. You can't go to AI with your no background and expect to get maximum result. You go down more as max. So what I'm saying is AI is good for AI, but please do it with sense, right? Don't get stuck because companies will not touch you when they want to buy. Like if you are in like you're in a company with you're in a company, any product in a company, right? You have to make way for in case the product is not gets to a level where there's problem, you want to roll back like in GitHub, right? To your previous perfectly working version. If you are using AI, you don't know how to go back to your last best functioning version and you get stuck. And client says, help me make changes. And already go pull up the public. You don't chop money. You know, so you go police station, right? You go jail. So you need to understand, get fundamental knowledge, learn programming, learn 3D animation, learn rigging, then go to AI to solve the parts you don't want to do. Don't go and use AI to solve the problem. Don't replace the whole creativity arts or art with AI. You're going to get in trouble. That's my contribution for now.
Thank you for that. I have to stand up for this. So I've listened to what you was saying, and it's reassuring, but I have to tell you, I'm not fully convinced. And I have some concerns. When I say concerns, I mean like, questions. I'm guessing the audience have concerns too. They're not fully convinced. And they will have their point, but for now, I'm going to ask you some of mine. Now, well,
Caesar,
how do people use
Caesar,
ChatGPT?
sit down, sit down. Okay, okay.
How many people use ChatGPT? How many people use maybe Google FX for generating 2D models? How many people use that? 2D image generators. How many people use that? You use it? Or you have used it before? If you have used it before, raise your hand. Okay, okay. And how many people have used 3D model generators then? Okay, okay. And you submitted it for like client work. No, no, no. No, no, no. This is sales space. No, it's the sales space. No, what you did it, you downloaded it, you apologized it, you painted it, you submitted it as client work. How many people do that?
Ah,
You did it because. So, yeah, now. So, okay. So what I'm saying here is sensing that there is this. That's the morality. He mentioned something. He said he uses yeah, okay, and you said you use 2D and you use AI to generate 2D concepts. But for some reason, we are drawing the line now.
generating 3D models. Yeah.
Like you said, I don't know. Wait, so will you use, you don't want to use it to generate 3D models. So I'm wondering, where exactly do you draw the line here? Because let's not forget, ChatGPT took the jobs of like virtual, yeah, script writers. It's probably going after a virtual assistant, right? 2D image generators are going after 2D artists. But for some reason, they're drawing the line at 3D, they're doing so. Why? Is there a reason why we're doing that? Do we have the right to do that when we're using ChatGPT and 2D image generators? And also, what do we think about it? Brother, I said we submitted a 3D generated model to clients. What do we think about it?
That's very, very realistic. That's very, very realistic. It's a competitive space. Yeah. It's a competitive, just like in wrestling. There's no rules. If you set beats, if you let pick anything that you need to do to win, you do it to win. Look, I'm not going to be speaking to you on one week and I assume that it's something else. Let's call white white, black black. Whatever their tools, that's what you are. Maya is the tool. That does not mean that you are the best modeler. It's how far you can use it that matters. All these things are tools. If you don't use it today, your competitor will use it and you will lose the job. So the earlier you wake up to the reality that there's something new to learn, the better it is for your career. So I don't draw the line. If, for example, I have a 2D job to do, we are more of a 3D studio, I have a 2D job to do, and I can generate some part of it through 2D, I will do that. I will, because that's what those tools are meant for. Those tools are not only, they are not proprietary to my studio. They are in the open space. If it's subscription based, pay the subscription and use it. So it's as simple as that. It's for everybody. But that doesn't mean everybody can use it. If you can pay for the subscription, come on, bro, use it. That's it.
Let me hear from you guys.
Right. I'm going to say the place we draw the line should be relative. I feel like the way the world is moving, we're getting to a point where soon, if you claim that you started and finished this project without the use of AI, to anybody listening to you, they're going to ask why. It's going to be like, instead of phone call, I trekked all the way to this person's house to say hi. But they will ask, why did you do this? So we're getting to a point where when you start to say or when you start to claim that I don't use AI, it's no longer going to sound good. You understand? Because everybody else, AI is cheap and AI is convenient. And in my experience, humans will pay extra just for convenience. And imagine when the convenience is gone. So we're not going back. Everybody, like you said, is a very competitive space. Now the place you got line, like I said, I don't use AI to generate 3D models because I am a 3D artist. And I don't believe I am the best. I don't believe I am the best 3D artist. With every new project that I do, I learn something new. I unlock a new level with every new project. And if I start to use AI to generate these models now, I halt my progress. That's where I am. So that is why I draw the line at generating 3D models. As a 3D artist, I just have the observations and generating 3D models. Now that doesn't mean you can't generate 3D models. If you are a game developer, if what you do is just game design, level design, or you want to see your game come to life, you can generate your 3D models and put them inside your game scene and let your game come to life. You understand? If what you're doing is animation or rigging, you can generate your 3D model and rig it. Because what you want to major in is in rigging. So that's way I think. Because if I feel like very soon everybody else is going to be using AI than just saying that you don't use AI, everybody is going to look at you before. So someone has a question. Let's
So, maybe everyone, just to add to what you said, I think in regards to drawing the line, it has to do with self-development. A lot of us know where we are currently, and we know where we want to be. In regards to technical knowledge, skill. Apart from it being successful, making money, sometimes it comes from a personal piece. I don't know if you get me. So for me, I also use AI in regards to, for instance, I'm working on personal projects. Clients provide me with concepts, and I have issues. For sometimes, clients bring in concepts that are just like maybe front view, side view. Okay, I need something that can make give me an idea of what it is like, 3 point view. So I use AI in those regards. Now, where I don't use AI is regards to model because I enjoy the process. One. Number two, I find myself learning more when I put limits on things that I feel precious. I'm very precious about in regards to modeling. So it's a personal thing for most people. It's not like, oh, damn AI. But for some people, it's just, okay, this is what I like to do. Regardless of whether AI comes in or not. Last, let me start paging. Now MP4 and PNG, you go dish out. Last. So it's a personal thing. For me, it's a personal thing. And I understand that one that you
So, yeah, question. Okay, so also has a question.
No, they will have their time. I'm coming.
All right, so for me, on that topic, where I draw the line is simple. I'm an artist and I'm also someone who wants to multiply from what I do, how many work I can do at the short term. And I'm a teacher before, so I don't want to be practicing what I don't preach or preaching or not practicing. So first of all, in Africa, we know funding for animation will go to the work, not the ideation process. For example, we have a story we want to tell, let's say a wild dream or a young. Typically abroad, they want to spend a lot of time and money on just getting the character design, sketching to get the clothes, spend all that money. We don't do that. I don't think we do that in Nigeria, no, right? Research and development is not existing in Nigeria. So I feel that is where AI will help us out. If you have an idea and you are thinking of that idea, then you are dreaming about an idea, take that, put those things in your head, form into words, go to an AI platform and start bringing out an image that matches that idea in your head. Save yourself all that time you used to daydream, right? And then turn it into pictures. Those pictures will now drive whether you want to make a 3D animation or a 2D animation or a movie. So for me, AI should stop at prototyping. After you prototype, please go get the funding for your MVP, hire people, get the job done, collaborate. Because you cannot throw away human input. I feel like as someone I can do everything journalist, I can do everything on my own, right? But trust me, there are times you need somebody else's eyes on the project. And globally, people respect collaboration when there's more than one person in a team than just only one man. But there's prediction that very soon there'll be a $1 billion man company because of AI. And I'm waiting for that possibility to be me, but that's not the problem. The problem right now is Africa right now, we're trying to um, push collaboration, right? A lot of people can do many things. We need to bring them under one roof. So if you use AI to get your prototyping out of the way, concept art done, the 2D mesh idea done, then take that to a 2D artist that will say, we need to apologize this mesh for me, give and make an animation. And then what you need to understand, most AI generative platforms for 3D will give you triangulated meshes. Triangulated meshes are good for being characters, not for animation, right? So that's where you still need a 3D artist to still come and do the topo for your character back to that quad, and then get someone like also to make for you, and then get everything else. So at the end of the day, I feel like AI, they're purposely limiting certain things to still make sure collaboration happens at a certain level. So please stop AI at prototyping. Once once you've gotten your knowledge out, what you want to do, gotten your funding, pitch to your investor with your MVP, which is your minimum viable product, is allowed to do what you like then. When you're about to make something that the world will enjoy, please collaborate and using that foundation of your MVP that you use AI to make, you can now go to people with this is what I want. Let us now make it now. We have funding to do it. That's why I feel like AI should stop. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I feel a little bit more convinced now. A little bit more. I have a loaded question, especially for boss and language. You mentioned that AI is garbage in and garbage out. Mm. And I will always be needed, right? Who has seen that video of Will Smith eating spaghetti? That was how many years ago? The first one. Maybe 1 year, 2 years ago. Maybe 1.5 years ago. So like 2 years ago, right? And you've seen VO3. I've been doing character creation for 4 years. I can't do those kind of characters. I can't do them. So now what the issue here is, you say that it's garbage, but at the rate that AI is progressing, AI can talk now. AI breathes now. That's scary. So as the rate is growing, within the next 5 years, AI is gonna become something else. It's gonna be something else. So here's what I'm worried about, and where comes my voice. You mentioned that all entry level jobs, all the lower earning jobs are going to be taken by AI. Now, not everybody can become an director in the studio. It's always one special person or two. Now, what happens to the rest of us? Should we just pack up, drop render, drop Unreal Engine, and just learn AI prompting? Should we all just start creating ideas and using AI and just dropping videos on YouTube? What do? We are cooked here. Should we solve that? Sorry. What do we do? So I want to know, what do you guys think? What do we do here at the rate that AI is going?
Well, like you said, okay, yeah, please go ahead.
No, I want to share an experience I had with AI. I had a commission and I went to also somebody. I put it on Discord. There are like all these communities on Discord, furnishers community. They have jobs. This is anybody can apply for it. Doesn't need CV or whatever. I put my job application up there, and then I got about 42 replies, and then there was one that was really good. It was somebody's work. It looked one to one. It didn't even look like there was an issue. All sides, underneath, everything. Out of curiosity, I said, let me see the wireframe. The guy asked me, are you sure? He sent it to me. And the reality is that I was tempted to take it. Why? Because in as much as it's AI, everybody's like, oh, AI is this and that. Let's not use AI, it's AI, whatever. It was efficient. It was fast. The only problem wasn't exactly practical. I needed the model if it was a model for renders, just take a picture, sure. I needed it for like to animate it to an extent. Even most times, I probably your worst enemy because you came and talked about UVs and everything and unwrapping and all. If it works, it works. Like coding, if it works, don't question it. Don't even question it. Even if it makes a mistake and somehow the mistake looks like it makes sense, just leave it like that. Most of my works, sometimes I see it, I'm like, if I'm working in the game industry, problem. But since I'm doing production, I'm doing cinematics and everything, it doesn't really matter. If you see some of my scenes from the angle the camera is looking, it looks really good. Outside, it looks horrible. So for me, when it concerns all these AI things, I feel that as a 2D artist, the only thing that should be your priority is lead time. How much time it takes to deliver something. If AI carries you from A to B, I'm not saying use it completely. Like, okay, deliver this for me, but use it smart. Like, for me, I use ChatGPT all the time. I pay for ChatGPT so I can be able to upload more and have ChatGPT as a project manager. I have a folder in ChatGPT. I say, this is what know all of this about me. This is what I do. These are my prices. This is what this is how I work, this and that. And sometimes I have the information. I give it to ChatGPT. ChatGPT will say, okay, for this, I advise you so and so. Here are some models from this and that you might need. Give me the links. You will compile the prices. You will tell me this is how much you should pay, this is how much you should charge. For me, if you wanted to go through, it will give me because I won't say I'm a very disorganized person, but sometimes the ideas come so much that you don't even know where to start. So when it comes to this, I feel that use it as a crutch to moving forward, right? Don't use it like if you want most people will just submit it like that and just like that's it, but use it wisely. Don't forget the essentials because really, like you said, the versus problems and everything. How do you correct that if you don't know the essentials? How do you move forward? Use it even if you want to apologize the model you made from it. It's good. You have a good model now, apologize. You have everything you need. So for me, I feel that you can't live without AI at this point. I can't live without ChatGPT. So if it goes up now, I don't know how I'll get back home. Sure. But that type of thing.
Thank you.
I have concerns with our speakers before, but now I have concerns with you. Based on that, you meet him but now,
So, just like you said, if AI is going to take about 70% of the jobs, and we're going to have 30%, and that 30% is for the best of the best people in their class. That's what's going to happen. But at the end of the day, you may say that the AI has issues here and there. It's going to get better. That I can guarantee you. It's going to get better, 100%. I mean 100% flawless with time. 100% flawless with time. The only margin that you say, okay, so I have learned this thing. What else? This thing is coming for my job. What else should I do then? Get involved. That's the thing I can advise. Get involved. Play the game by the rules. Because the rules have changed. You can't keep saying, I am ethical, I am ethical. I'm sorry, by the time hunger eats you. No, yes, you see, it's a different thing when people are saying, I don't want to go mobile, I don't want to use a mobile phone, it's going to give me cancer. Okay, don't use a mobile phone. Walk and trek. Let's see how long you live. It has come to stay. It's a tool. The earlier you adapt to the tool and see how best you can make out of it. And one thing is this, the people who quickly adjust their lifestyle to a tool makes the market. They make a larger chunk of the market. While you are still trying to wait for Blender version 5.0 to come out, because you want to do visual effect of snow and all of that, through a prompt, someone has done it already. Like I said, at the end of the day, we are all here to eat. Let's be very sincere. Don't sugarcoat, don't Christianize, don't Islamatize it. We are all here to eat. That's it. And if you don't eat, you'll be eaten. That's the point blank. So if you know how to combine 5 AI tools together to get your job done, do it. I'm not saying don't learn the traditional way of doing whatever it is, Maya, Blender, etc. You are learning that for your own, not for the client. Because at the end of the day, the client won't care what tool was used. And at the end of the client doesn't really care. That's frank. No, don't like say that. Was it Blender you used? You don't don't do the job. Nobody care about wireframe. Sincerely. The wireframe is only like a means to an end. If it can be bypassed, bypass it. Wake up to the reality of this is 2025. By the time in the next 2 years, these tools will have been so awesome that if you don't know how to use them, find something else to do with your life.
he seems to have convinced us on the business side of things, your client doesn't care about your wireframes, so use it. And I would like my boss here to tell us maybe the creative side of things, is you mentioned that you teach. So like what advice would you give to your students in this regard? Like, should we all just start programming rock? Should we need Blender? Should we stop watching Blender movie? So what do we do?
So, I'll start with the tutorial aspect. Very interestingly, I think one of the industries people are underestimating that will go away will be YouTube. YouTube is going to die very soon because if I can go to ChatGPT and ask for a solution and to give me a breakdown with the solution. So if you use Grok here, can you tell me who has used Grok here to do like coding or anything here? So if you use Grok and you're a programmer, right? And you ask Grok to create, let me say, a 10-person controller for a game character, and you want the character to be able to fight and kill enemies, right? Grok will give you the programming language one, and Grok will give you the programming language for the enemies that you need to kill. And then Grok knows that for your character to kill somebody and going to die, it needs a life back. It will give you the life back home, right? And then it will now tell you how to place it in Unity. Now we have had to watch 5 videos on YouTube, go and scan it, go to YouTube, but Grok has broken down, give me solutions and told me how to use it. So I know I need to be dying very soon, right? That one is tutorials will soon be something people don't go to anymore. But I think we still have to remember like if I don't know the foundation knowledge of the topic, I might still watch those videos, right? But if I'm an expert who wants a solution, I already know the foundation. I just want to solve this complicated thing. Grok will just give me the answer. And you don't have to watch 7 YouTube videos. So YouTube will probably still die. Be it they will lose experts or they will lose
There'll
beginners.
be quiz after. Sorry, but there'll be quiz after this. Please pay attention.
Okay, so I'm coming. So then another thing again I would say is that like for art, I don't feel like you will lose. I don't feel like I keep saying it, don't stop what you already know right now. It's still very relevant to you. I keep saying I will stand by my garbage in, garbage out. I can give you a prompt. I can give you a picture, right, or an image and say, what do you think the prompt for this image is like? And you will type like one paragraph and I'll type one line and I'll get the results, right? Because I already know the words I need. Right? So one thing about AI is going to get smarter. These things will become beings. They are calling them beings. They're not just calling them platforms anymore. They're saying that like, Americans are shouting they are creating new kind of beings. That's what they're calling them now. You're going to get to a point where you will be asked to work with an AI, and AI will be asking the organ that hired you that is this guy smart enough to work with me? Yes, for example, most of us as artists that can model, that can read, and that can animate, don't even know Nigerian artists that have painted old works. We don't know who our foundation artists are. We don't know where art styles are coming from. We don't know what impressionism means. We don't know what art styles are, right? And then you're dealing with a platform that knows all the human knowledge from the beginning till now. And then you want to work with that platform because you're paying it now. You get no subscription. You think you can tell it what to do. You've already got a meter, right? You've already got a meter, you know what happens. What I mean is that in the future, they're going to hire one expert to walk into a room and speak to 5 AIs to get results. And that expert has to be as smart, if not smarter than those things he's talking to. You are giving commands to an AI that does image, an AI that does code, an AI that does music, and you're telling them to make one product. And you're giving them instructions, and they have to listen to you. They're not correcting you, they're taking instructions from you. Do you know how smart you have to be? So you have to have had the experience of the work. Creative directors will be in the room. You have to have had experience, you have to have had knowledge, you have to understand the topic you are talking about. So that means whatever you learned coming from back now is not a waste to you. So I would say as an artist right now, you are still very relevant. Collaborating with AI will make you even more better. If you do not use AI right now, you're not doing anything wrong. By the time they come to AI, you will still be very relevant, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like for example, let me give you an example. If you use the new Unreal Engine 5.6, who uses it Unreal Engine 5.6 here? So in Unreal Engine 5.6, if you want to make clone a human being, you have to have the 3D scan of that person's face, right? Now, to make a 3D scan of a person, you have to have a good lighting condition to use your phone to scan the person's face around, right? And then make that thing. But you can go to an AI platform, you just first fix one image of the person, the passport, and tell you to make a 3D mesh from that one picture. You know that now, right? And you can take that 3D mesh and go back to Unreal Engine 5 and use it to make the person's face right. So do you know how much time you save yourself? If you don't understand photogrammetry, you will not be able to know that I can use an AI platform to take that result. So because of my experience, I know that instead of me to take a phone and a camera, start looking for the right lighting conditions to take a picture, because I started an augmented reality platform years ago, it failed. So I know what photogrammetry is about. But now that I saw AI, I knew that was this, I'm like, oh my god, this industry is gone. So now I can do this in a second. So that only an artist that understands the value of the time if you save them will appreciate what AI will do for you. But if you don't know anything about photogrammetry, how will you know what AI will do for you?
Okay. Okay.
So you need to have that foundational knowledge. There's nothing, only the expert, like he said, that is shocking. Experts are the ones that will have the jobs of the future. Entry level is gone. Go and study. And go and study like crazy. Only the best will be accepted.
Okay, then. Okay. So you are saying, basically, you are saying as creatives, you are not saying we should keep up. We just need to level up.
Level
You
up.
just need to level up so that you remain relevant in your field.
Yes.
If this is actually what you want to do. I love that. And the explanation you gave for Grok, it's eye opening to think that AI might replace you. So I never thought of that way. But when you gave me the example with Grok about programming the enemy that was telling you, that sounds amazing because you might not even find that specific tutorial on YouTube. Find the course is it's going to be expensive and crazy. That's amazing. And I love that answer. So very quickly, I'm just going to take like two questions, make it very quick. And the first person will go from him, and the second person is Mili. No, he has had his hand raised since the beginning.
Okay, hi, my name is Toby. So, the way you speak about AI seems like it's like you see like it's the future, yeah. But yeah, the thing is, AI can help you create things, but it can only create what it has seen before. Yeah, what it has seen before. So, if you are trying to make it your main pipeline, try to put it into everything, yeah, it can't create what it hasn't seen. Like it can create an art that looks like sorry, an art that looks like arcane, yeah, but it cannot create what is not arcane. And you still need those creative artists. They don't have to be the best. You just have to have the drive to create things that in their head that they've not seen before. They want to put out there. Yeah, like you said, AI can help you with the first things, but it won't help you to get all the way because you still have that creativity that no one else has seen that you need to put out there. And it's like YouTube will die, yeah. But if there is no new content or new people creating new tutorials, where is AI going to drop the content from? So it's people that created it.
Okay, yeah, I think what I want to say was, said the whole YouTube die because Grok and other ones can say myself, for like a beginner, if I do now, I'm completely clueless and I'm like, teach me how to make a video that I've never put before. How is Grok going to put me through that? Will he generate a video for me, showing me whether interface a lot or whatever? Is it still the same as going to search a video so that so I still feel like for it's, that particular doesn't really apply because for someone that is even a visual learner, you're still going to need to see what you're doing and someone to like put you through it properly compared to someone like me. I can go to work and can explain, just write it out and I understand what it's saying. I might even be able to correct it because I'm like, this parameter is not there. There have been many times I was trying to speak with a marvelous designer. I'm like, yo, how do I make this kid do cinematically? And it was giving me a parameter that was not there. And I'm like, yo, check, this thing is not there. I was like, oh yeah, I made a mistake. So a beginner will not know that. They'll just completely lost or whatever. So I just wanted to cover that aspect.
Yeah, so sorry, but we are a little out of time. So let's just give the answer very quickly. And yeah, that's how we should. Are you done? So just quickly, just talk about what you said.
Um, as to whether um, ChatGPT will generate a YouTube video for you, it might not do it now, but like this time next year, it's very first time. Because if you use ChatGPT, I don't know if you've tried using ChatGPT, like you said, Grok in game dev and stuff. ChatGPT will ask you, should I generate the images of how these things will appear in blueprint? Should I generate it step by step? That is ChatGPT. So if ChatGPT cannot generate a full YouTube video tutorial today, very soon it will be able to do it. So I think what we should do as of right now, AI is not completely here yet. But if you're using AI 100% in your workflow, you don't know how technical the person that is trying to hire you is, right? So the person, like you said, can just see that, okay, what to use of AI, and then the value of being an artist was no longer lies within you. What you've done, you've just proved that AI, like, I don't need you for this, I can just generate what you did with text. So the innate value of being an artist no longer lies within you. So I think that we all just need to level up. And as for using AI as a beginner, you will actually find that AI can answer very specific questions, like something that a YouTube video, you find it in a YouTube video that's 48 minutes long, somewhere in the middle of that video. You can just go straight to AI, and AI will answer that very specific question.
Oh, sorry, on that. That's where the beginner's mistake what you said now. That can apply to beginner because the beginner doesn't want specific answers to what he generally doesn't know.
Alright, but okay.
Like me, if I want to know, okay, I'm already working and then I wanted to improve and I'm like, how do I rotate this 90 degree without using my mouse? Then I go and ask AI. But a beginner doesn't want to know that. A beginner is going through the process. You don't know what to say. I'm a pro, so I know that this is the specific thing I want to do. But a beginner doesn't know the specific thing he wants to do.
Yes, yes. Okay. As like I said, ChatGPT will not generate you a full YouTube video now. So as a beginner, you still have to go through the process. You still have to, like, buy a course. You still have to go through the YouTube video. But by this time next year, actually, I believe it's very possible that the full rundown of that, especially the blender donor, because that's a very, very popular YouTube video. So if AI is going to start from anywhere to create tutorials, it's probably going to start from that blender donor.
Yeah.
So as of right now, no, but very soon, I believe that it's quite possible.
Yeah, I think you're right. Thank you very much. I guess I'm next one. So, I'm short.
Okay, so quickly, I'm going to just answer the questions like animals. So first of all, the tutorial aspect, I said garbage in, garbage out. The beginner will not ask a specific question. He will ask, how do I model it? Still give the over, how do you agree? So it will answer you what you're asking for. Only an expert will ask a specific question that drives to a certain point. So don't worry, beginners won't ask what you're asking. So don't worry about that. Secondly, about the YouTube thing I'm saying is that only an expert will ask the questions he wants really. And there are two kinds of people in this world that learn. I learn by seeing. I don't like reading. If you want, I'm just going to say that if you want to hide the knowledge, hide the knowledge. It's me. I will not know them. I'm that person. I got it black, white text and go on. I don't know to do it. But the better I became at what I did, the more I now was driven to now want to read books and text. So I started using ChatGPT. I just came the right time because now I know enough to go and read textbook, right? So initially when I started, I want only videos. Even till now, I still prefer videos. But there's some specific answers I want that only in documentations. And I have to go to documentation, spend the whole night in a boring topic and just find one answer. I don't mind because now I know I'm going to. So don't worry, it will be mixed up. This platforms will know what I'm going to give to you. And then as for what need to be answered. Yes, that one, forget about it. That's where AI thrives. AI can make rubbish. That's where it thrives. Because getting to make something specific is the problem. So if you want to, that's why I said it is prototyping that AI will need for me. I use prototyping, I stop at prototyping. I will never be a client AI generated work, never in my life. I will get my prototype ready, give you all the options, and then pick one, then I try to that one. That's how I go with AI. We quickly get to the conclusion with AI with my clients, and then I finish the work in manual way. So that's what I do. So for example now, if you are making games, that's when you know AI is very important. If you have one enemy, then I can give you 6 variations of that enemy in 1 second. So you're not worried about how do I make the second character. So that's why I can make a lion that has snake skin and 6 arms and 7 legs and 2 tails, and they will give it to me. The 3D model will not model it for me, and I will read it. Right? So you see some pictures in my back end, you said go fear. My wife is worried. This is like ask doing for me. It's like I'm not okay. Because now I can feel anything I'm dreaming about. So don't worry. But creatures you've not seen before, AI will champion the aspect. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I was here with the round of
So please, let's all just grow up. Basically, that's what I was saying. Grow up, leave the low level jobs, start thinking bigger, grow up to the level where you are actually much more capable. Yeah, that's what's that? Huh? So basically, that's what I would advise every one of us. Let's just grow up from the low levels to the very much more advanced levels, much more technical, creative roles. And I think everyone will be fine.
Thank you so much. Please, can we appreciate our speaker? Thank you. And also, warned us of some of the things we should be worried about. They reassured us, if not of us, or most of us already. So we really do. So next we're going to be having Africa for Kid presents. There's a presentation from Africa for Kid. So let's. Okay, Oscar. Michael Oscar. We'll be having Michael Oscar on stage now.
After this is food, right?
Yeah.
Select your browser settings.
Sneeze, yeah. No worry, you can just do what you want to do.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Wow, it's a full house. People are meeting people, connecting people. Hello, nice to see you. Nice to see regular faces, new faces, and all. Please, one house. This will not take a lot of time. One house, please. One house, please.
Oh, it's good.
I'll scribble. Yeah, good afternoon again and welcome here. Really excited to have a full house. I don't think we've had something this full. So shout out to all the 3D artists and the please clap yourself. Yeah. The game guys have been coming here, but it has never been filled up like this before. I'll quickly speak about what Africa Communicate does. We are a launchpad for stakeholders in the African video games, immersive and interactive. Sir, you come and join me. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Please, let's stay together. I won't take much time. Okay? So we're basically a launchpad for stakeholders in the African video games, immersive and interactive media industry. So that's games, animation, comics, as well as extended reality. And we've been running, I think last month, or this month actually, we celebrated 5 years of operation, doing our best to, yes, doing our best to support the growth of the sectors via various avenues, like having meetups like this, organizing conventions, organizing trainings, facilitating jobs, fundraising activities, and so much more. And we're very excited to be having you on. When you hear of African Comic, most people would, you see we do more things in the video games industry. I think I'll be going near people that are talking. I'll just stare at them. Yes. I know she's the one I'm talking of. Yeah. So when we speak of, when you hear Africa Comic Aid, you think we do only maybe just games or events. That's because we put the video games industry at the forefront. As you know, there's a lot of activity. Animation has been to some extent sustainable before games because a lot of the stakeholders, even if you don't get funding to push your IP, you can get marketing gigs, right? You can get visualization gigs, things like that. And during the NFT boom, most of you got a lot of money. Design a monkey, change the beard, change the glasses. 3 million monkeys, sell it, and say it is art. Yeah. Unlike video games where you really have to spend all your resources building the games and pushing it. And I also come from a game development background. That's why we put games at the front. But still, we are heavily involved in extended reality. I think our last event before this was the Meridian Meetups.
which held in Kenya, held in Lagos, Nigeria, and in the next 2 weeks will be happening in Ghana for the committee members there. That's for people that are into spatial computing XR. So if you know friends that are into that, you should let them know we have something for them. And now we also have the Creative Hangout, which we've been running with Joel. He's the one that did not allow it happen constantly, by the way. So, hold him. Last year, then this year. Come on, can do better. But yeah, so that's basically what we do. Our main aim is to grow a sustainable sector, and we see an intersection between games, animation, comics, and XR. Most of your comic studios are now doing almost everything. Spoof animation, comics, games, XR. Not XR, comics, games, animation as well. Comic Republic, the same as well. Points being, I remember the first speaker told you in Nigeria, there's just a cap, a ceiling of how far you can go. And one thing that is very key here is specialization is welcomed, but it's not appreciated as a specialist. So you might need to do a couple of things to survive or grow in the industry. But it's out there, specialization is almost like mandatory. They want to know you for one thing and one thing alone. But here in Nigeria, they want to know you for one thing and you do many things. And that's how our market is. But why am I here? Yeah, once more just to welcome you. If you don't follow us on social media, please do that. Africa Communicate. Lots of activities, lots of opportunities. We do share it regular. Also, get on board our newsletter. And we have our annual convention coming up this September 29th to October 4th. It's a 1 week convention. It's been happening for the past 6 years. This will be the sixth edition, right? So 1 full week of activities. There's going to be hackathons. There's going to be workshops. There's going to be a film screening. There's going to be a pitch competition for game studios from all across Africa coming down to pitch their projects for funding and the likes. There's going to be showcases and exhibition, and then it's going to wrap up in a carnival. I don't know, is there anyone that has attended the Creative Block Carnival before? You are. Great. Yeah. So if you know, you can check it online as well on Instagram, Creative Block Carnival. So that event is coming up. This year we did a regional tour. So the event is happening in 3 countries before wrapping up in Lagos, Nigeria. In April we were in Kenya. This July we're going to be in Ghana. Then August we'll be in South Africa, and in September 29th, October 4, the final event will happen here in Nigeria. So please go get your ticket. Promises to be very, very exciting and amazing, and you can choose the activities you want to be. From Monday 29th to Saturday, October 24th. Tickets are open. Would love to see you there. And if you love hangouts like this, you know who to speak to. We're always here. Next year there'll be a couple more meetups, but we also want it to be very valuable. So even after this session, your feedback will be very much appreciated. What did you like? What did you not like? What could be improved on? And with that, I say thank you. Welcome to Africa Community.
Okay. Seems like everybody has been having fun since morning, but maybe stomachs have been grumbling. Maybe it's a maybe. It's not like
Not a maybe.
it's not a maybe. Come on. So yeah, it's time for refreshments now. Just sit down and refreshments will get to your table. Hopefully, maybe. But yeah, it's coming soon. Thank you. Yeah. So after refreshment, please wait. We're going to be doing portfolio showcase and review soon. So hopefully you guys brought your works to showcase. Yeah, have you submitted it? On the registration link, yeah, you submitted online. We're going to be going through some of them, get to meet people you can, look out for people you can network with after the portfolio thing is done, okay? So yeah, that's all. your mic. Yeah, I'll tell your mic.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, how you guys going? Wait for refreshment. Wait now. Wait say so. Yeah? Yeah. So, guys, before hello, queue now, refreshment is coming. So before while refreshment is coming in, we would like to play some games. Are you with me? Okay, this is nice. So Caesar. Are you with me? Hello, hello.
Please let's settle down. Let's settle down.
Okay, please, can everyone sit down so they can pass the refreshment?
See our stomach that are making
I
us.
swear, oh, what is up, man?
Let's sit down, please.
Let's settle down. Let's settle down. Our stomach will be only on 17. Okay. Please, can I have everybody's attention? Everybody's attention here, okay? Everybody.
Hello.
Hey guys, I need your attention, okay? So please, I need please everybody, your attention.
Hello. What's going on now? I trying to get your attention. See now, food is coming. See now. Get your side.
Yes, I want to wait, okay? Want to play a game, okay? So if you are interested in playing like a trivia game, I need 4 people. 4 people. But this is the thing, before you come out, I need two people be on the team. I have to be on another team. And I will battle and say, it's 3D generally. 3D, it's about 3D. It's about 3D. Two boys, 2 girls, let's do that. 2 men, 2 women. 2 men, 2 women.
Hello. Hello.
Let's keep it fun, let's keep it cool.
I'll pick randomly. What's going on? You guys should come out now. 2 boys, 2 girls.
If you are interested, 2 boys, 2 girls.
2 gentlemen and 2 ladies. 2 ladies, 2 ladies. It's not be coming here.
Chika, what is the song now? Come here.
Yeah, now.
Come here.
So, you guys
Come. We need one more.
for you.
Open our boy.
No, that's for you. We never. Oh.
So now this is the thing. Sadly, something is real. Women on one side, boys on one side. Okay, so it's female artists, the male artists. So it's simple. What we're asking you guys just 10 questions. Just 10 questions. 10 questions, and you can win. 10 questions, and you can easily go with this song, huge song of 30,000 naira. What did I hear you say? Today.
give 10,000 naira, I'll give 10,000.
So what do you want to play?
Anyone that wins, okay?
What do you want to play?
So we're gonna be. I'll ask a question. First person,
Like this game is just
You don't even know what's in the
they get the
playlist.
question,
You don't even know what's in the
raise your
playlist.
hand.
you can see now.
And
We
you
have
don't
many
get to
top
use a point. Okay? How do we do? You don't like. I'll have this guy. Let me keep track
Yeah, what's up?
of the winners. It's a point system.
Okay, just give me a second. Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Everybody be attending.
Don't worry about it. It's going to affect.
So,
Because I'm using the same speaker.
I'm with you, I'm with you. So yeah, here's how we're gonna do it. I'll ask the question, right? And the first, hey, you said you help me keep an eye on them. The first person to raise their hand, will answer the question. Okay? And if they get it right, they get 1 point. If they get it wrong, and we answer, we ask the person, help them, right? We lose 1 point.
So if one person on that team gets it wrong, the second person cannot answer.
You
Yeah.
can't answer, no, that's representing the last one.
Alright.
Huh? No, don't go.
Okay?
Okay.
This is no be Odoro. Have your money.
Money.
So, I'm going to be asking questions now. For now, I have questions on my phone. And now, it's just trivia. So, okay. You are ready, Abby? Yeah, keep track. So, the first question is, okay,
Are you sure they cannot see your screen?
they can't, they can't see. So the first question is this: UV, as in UV or Ramble, is an acronym for what in 3D? It's an acronym for what in 3D? The audience can't talk. UV is an acronym for what in 3D?
UB is an acronym for what in 3D?
How did you come here?
What's going on? Raising their hands now. Who's raising their hands now?
So nobody is.
Una dey talk about everything o, you be unhappy, you be unhappy. I wan go you be unhappy. So wetin you wan dey do?
You be happy, seriously.
You be happy na? See there. See there. Director, you be unhappy. You be unhappy. Hey. You want to answer, raise your hands. Let's log you in. Hey, I don't point you.
You call a friend.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Oh yeah. Come on.
Everyone try from the audience.
Hey. Who wants to risk it? Who wants to risk it to have a brain? Who wants to know? Go.
They will affect you.
Oh, okay. You would have taken
Tell us what the answer. What the answer?
It actually doesn't mean anything. It's a trick question. It's just representing X and Y. You're not going to put X and Y. You're not going to So the next question is, are you ready? What blender made Envy won an Oscar? Oh, 1 point. You lost 1 point to
These guys are doing French guys.
One point to get. 1 point to get. 1 point to. Oh yeah, now next question.
So 1 point is going to the women.
To the women. Oh yeah, now next question. Are you ready? Are you ready? I can't see both of them. Oh yeah, now. What is the new API for Blender called? It's Vulcan, okay?
Someone is asking what was the question.
Oh,
I think you should repeat the question.
they answer quickly now.
So, you get the person that knows the answer was welcome.
Can you release the music? Who's playing why is there is why we don't there because this
Hello.
potential that we oh yeah now drop
Hello. Please.
check we can't turn on the music
Okay.
let's turn on the music we want them to be focused okay so 1 point for the boys 1 point for the girls okay now the next question is this sculpting is to ZBrush while dash is to plasticity. You have to be specific. You have to be specific, or you get penalized. You have to be specific. Yeah, but it's unique. What is it unique for? You have to get it right, or you lose a point. You have to get it right, or you lose a point. You have to get it right, or you lose a point. Yeah, but like that's what ZBrush. You know that you can model too, but it's known for stuff. So what is this known for? It's called something. Plasticity. 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 What's going on? What's going on? Hello? What's going on? What type? Let me give you a hint. It's a type of model. What type of model? What type of model?
Wait. See, 1-1, yeah?
Yeah, 1 month so far, yeah. What type of model? If you can't give yourself
What was the question?
actually wait.
Let's reduce the noise. What was the question?
Okay, I'll repeat the question again. At this point, I start giving the other shit to your money. Oh yeah. Sculpting is to ZBrush and dash is to plastic. My guy knows it. No, but you can't say it. What type of you already say model. What type of model? No, like it has something, but it's called it has a name. No, it has a name. I'm not saying, you know, it's like saying, okay, let me bring extra hints. Just go to extra hints, okay? You know, you will say that, what do you call it? Is that a final answer? Can't model it. It's can't model it. So 2 points. 2 points. 1 point. Yes. Yes. You need to go where? This one joke, yeah? This one joke. This one joke. Maybe animators will, it will show animators more. But let's see. Genesis 8 is to Dash 3D. Dash is to Unreal Engine. Oh, shit! Okay! Talk to me. Okay. This one is easy. It might be a chance. So, PPR stands for what? PPR, the person that raises their hand. Wrong. The guy mentioned that is that principle based random render. I think that principle based render. No, what just tell them. Yeah, but what does this stand for?
For example, this person is not in fashion. I'm not even sure she's fashion, but so this is VFX. She's here now.
Let's get some now. What's the song? What's the song?
This is
What's the song? Okay, you know this one.
I will explain to them. I'm not going to mention how your portfolio is basic. That's why I'm basic.
so what I'm showing
You already got it wrong. So you forfeit it. You forfeit it. So yeah.
just a minute. Yo,
You're back. No, it's 2-1. You said that you have stuff. Okay, fine. The fine. So 0. So it's error. You guys are losing points. How is it? Yes. Yes. Who is the moderator here? That's what I thought. 2-1. So, oh yeah. But the answer is physically based rendering. It's physically, yeah. So let's round up. There are only like 4 questions to go. This is 4 questions that can make or break. Okay? So what's 2-1? Yeah, it is 2-1 now. Yeah. In game development, what does LOD stand for? Okay! Is that level of detail? Is that level of detail? The answer is level of detail. You was right. Okay, that's 3-1. What's going on? Okay. Now, when you use ZBrush or Blender, why might you use dynamic topology to sculpt?
To process seriously.
So, which are the number of processes around the model? And the number of
But these people that are outside, you look at them collecting their food for them.
You have to be, you have to know what is dynamic topology?
She gets it.
You didn't get it.
Okay, then let them try again now.
Try again.
Yeah, what do you want to do?
Try it for that last one. Try again. You let me go there. You let me go there. Yeah, again. You let try again. Yeah. Say no. Yes or no?
That shit don't go.
You let try again. Oh yeah.
is to automatically keep the level of detail equal around the model while you're sorting.
No, it's still not that. That's true. Maybe I thought you said it. Yeah, okay, let me give you a hint. I'm giving a hint to both parties now. There are two ways of handling remeshing in Blender. There's the OG one, which is just remesh, and there's dynamic topology. So what does dynamic topology do? The less popular one. The less popular one is the less popular one I'm talking about. Not the remesh, dynamic topology.
The level of detail different parts of the image because the different sizes of the parts of the image.
You know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Is to isolate detail on a model. So like if you want to stop high detail on the face, or you want the body to be low, it's what you use. I'll give you that. Let's give them.
That's 4-1, yeah. That's 4-1, yeah.
I think it's 4. Is it 4 now? 4. Yeah, no, 4-1. 4-1. Oh yeah, now. This one you have. What does HGRI stand for?
High dynamic range image.
Oh shit! You got it, though.
So that's 5-1.
There's no other back from this. Who's going to save the girls in the crowd? Who's going to save her? Oh yeah. Now, this is the final question. What is for better users? What you think about it carefully,
What is the most powerful modifier in Blender? Think about it. Overall, the most powerful modifier in Blender. Overall, you can choose. Subdivision modifier. No. You guys can save yourself. No. In terms of the capabilities of the modifier, which one is the most powerful in Blender? Most versatile. Yeah, you can use that too. Most versatile, most powerful. It's undoubtedly the most powerful modifier in Blender. Does anybody know? Does anybody know? The most powerful. It sounds subjective. It sounds subjective, but it's not. You know what? I'm not going to give you the answer. And then you shock. I think you guys keep forgetting that geometry makes it more fun. You keep forgetting. You keep forgetting. You keep forgetting. You said the boys are taking the what was the final score? That's why I said there's no coming back. My Lord. I want for the event. Number one and not the one question, and then you get 2,000 naira. Yes. Now, this is the final question. What is the name? You don't know again? What is the name of the monkey head in Blender? Yeah. You don't know it. You don't know it. How do I know? No, you guys should. It's a thing. That's what. Okay, now we are going to be having a portfolio showcase and review. Portfolio showcase and review, okay? Is you ready?
No, celebrate the boys now. I want to play song for them.
So, please let us give a round of applause to the boys. They represent us well. They did well. They have a fun job, but they did well. Let's appreciate them. Where are the boys here? Where are the boys?
The boys are represented us now.
I don't understand.
So yeah, it's time for the portfolio review
Let's
session.
introduce the.
Let's be quiet. We're about to showcase always for everybody. And this is your chance to spot the next talent or see someone you can work with in the industry. And also just to it's just a form of community, just see what we are up to. Okay? Let's just chill and watch it and
Yeah, let me
Joel.
so yeah,
Joel.
So once your portfolio is shown, you can just stand up where you are, and then we just appreciate you.
The first person here
Move on
like
to the next one, so that we can keep it with
Elizabeth
no
Joel.
problem.
So I'm going from down.
Now that is busy.
don't worry about that. Just the link. You identify it. They are not here.
So which name are you calling?
Just the link.
Okay, on the sleep? No, no, I'm not doing it. You have the listing of the thing. Yes, we have the listing of the thing. All their names, they are not the
So amongst those that will be reviewing the portfolio, we have Mr. Dempsey Adetayo, that's the CEO at 32AD Animation Studios. And then we have how many of you have seen Jagu Jagu? He's the guy behind it. It's one of the Netflix them. So the portfolio will not be reviewed. So because we need to make sure that people that come get their portfolios reviewed. So
Okay, okay, okay. So we are starting with Elizabeth John. Do we
Is she
have
here?
Elizabeth John?
are you here?
Not yet.
Oh, Isabella.
Okay. How about James Olumeka? Sorry for butchering your name, but James Olumeka.
So James
Yes.
submitted an IG. Just move on to the next one.
Okay, James is not here. How about Adeloye Mayowa? No.
Are you serious? You guys just drop portfolio, you not come.
How about Sulaiman Umar? Oh, yeah. Umar is here. Oh, yeah.
So your portfolio will come up on the screen now.
Okay.
Let's see what you have for us.
That's what you put.
Where is he?
Umar.
Umar
Is that yours?
Yeah.
Umar, that's yours?
That's
Okay.
yours, yeah. So, so you're a character artist, I'm guessing. Alright.
Okay, let's.
By the way, in case I failed to mention, if you submitted an Instagram page as your portfolio link, I'm sorry, you won't show it. Because you cannot be going through your private matters, you understand? You should have, like for artists, you should have demo reels. You understand? So we would have to
Maybe we should
patch
just talk
up on
about
those
this.
that put Instagram page. Yeah. Or you should have art station. Yeah, art station is better. Yep. Oh, then has what? Okay.
That's the only character that makes sense there.
So
Hello. Please, one house.
Please let's be quiet, okay?
One house.
The review session is about to begin.
From this, I can actually tell you that you're actually on the very right path. Sincerely, you are on the very right path. It's just a matter of presentation that is just left. But what you have here, just take it further, maybe to look more into the it's animated in the sense that looking at the edge loops and all of that, that's the only thing that is left. But in terms of the ideology, the interpretation of some of your artworks, for example, the first one, I can tell that was actually more of a game work. It's actually very detailed work, though not finished. I can tell it's not finished, but you're actually on the very right path. So just keep up with the work, keep up with the work. The normals too, I can see you're actually trying to do some of the folds within the software. I don't know what software it is. You can just a little more of improvement in terms of the sharpness of some of the creases on the folds. Aside that, just improve more. I would just say at this level of work, improve more on your lighting and presentation. That can actually stand out better. Thank you.
I do a beg.
Please, everybody.
hello, please one house.
Good afternoon, everybody. Um,
sorry, I don't want to speak louder. Is it the same person that did this that did the previous one? The
So
previous one.
that's him there. You can just say,
Yeah.
Well, the same person that did the previous
Yeah.
one. Is it
Umar.
the latest work that you did?
This was like 2 years ago, I'm carrying about.
I didn't get that.
This was a year ago or so.
Oh, okay. So the previous one that they showed, when did you did the previous ones?
This one I'm more recent, like late last year.
Oh, okay. So one of the things I would want to chip in before going directly into
maybe they don't take time.
critiques or anything
Maybe they don't
is
take
that
time with this stuff.
whenever you're trying to present a portfolio or show people a portfolio, you're trying to, or you should think from the consumer's perspective, because you're trying to market yourself, and people will only they'll judge you not by your skills, but by what they see, right? And what they perceive from what they can see. And if you don't present yourself very well in your portfolio, through your portfolio, it's going to limit a lot, right? So, be it for games, for films, for XR, or animation, or anything, it's better you think from the consumer's perspective. So, based on this, I'm only just going to talk generically now because I don't know what you did it for. I'm not sure what you did it for. I'm not sure the intention for creating the character. Because characters are very dependent on intentions, they're dependent on storytelling, they're dependent on the kind of so
Stay there, stay there.
whenever you're creating something, it's dependent on the story you're trying to tell people, especially characters, right? If you're designing character for game, seeing this, I could tell you this particular one could be for a film, a feature film, or could be for could be for an animation, it could be for a game, it could be for a live action. This particular one, not the previous one. Yeah, this one could be for a live action film. You've seen Spider-Man into Spider-Verse, yeah? So it could be for anything. So if you're trying to present a portfolio, it is advisable that you show us the intention, what you're trying to portray, what it is, what class of character it's going to be. Right. So would you like to tell me what his intention was, or do you want me to just critique it?
I was learning how to get this 2D shape, so which are just my practice attempts on the model
So what?
my practice attempts on the model I made when I was trying to learn how to model.
Okay, so you didn't show the wireframe, you didn't show the. Okay, so that means I'll just have to talk generically based on. So JPEG wise, it looked good. It looks really good. The anatomy wise, Um, okay, yeah, thank you. So anatomy wise, it looks really good. It looks like something that could play well in games actually. But I don't know why you think that, but it looks like something that could play well in games. And yeah, the anatomy looks quite good. Although I feel like you could still do some work on proportions because based on what I can see, if you put this character in A pose, the hands will definitely be shorter.
Sure.
And yeah, the hands will be quite short, and it's gonna look weird when you start animating them. Yes, definitely, these hands are really short. So you might want to do some more work on proportions and yeah, proportions. I also do some more work on proportion, size, form, shape to make your work a lot better. But style wise, style is subjective. You can't really determine size. It's very subjective based on what is your So this looks good. It looks like you're definitely on the right path and you could also do better. Now, shader wise, I feel like you have done a bit more work detailing forms, right? No, okay, what I mean by detailing is, uh, you know, there are several details. You could add details to, there are several levels to detail. Like for skin, you have details in as in pores, you have details as in uh, definition of muscles and all that. But if you're going for a more stylized cell shader type of character and presentation, you want to add, not to concentrate more on forms, detailing forms. Like you're trying to do a muscular character now, you want to detail the muscles to look really good and look very much defined so that when you add the cell shader material, you you'll be able to see the lights and shadows because the essence of cell shading, sorry to say it one more time, but just for you to understand, the essence of cell shading is
One house, please.
yeah,
Please. The thing is, we can't take a lot of time on each person's portfolio. So there will be sometimes the person that is reviewing will say, just like what I said for the past character, I'm sorry, it's starting all over for everybody's portfolio.
so the major essence of cell shading is for you to see how light affects just the highlight and the darker parts of the character. So that's the major essence why you want to see, you want to add more fonts because your character, seeing it now looks really flat in the cell shade and looks really flat, and that's not going to portray your character in a good way. So I think those are my
Next person.
Okay.
I think that's
Yeah, let's go to the next person.
no, 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 go to the next person.
That was more.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Omar, for sharing. And thank you okay. Next is Brian Ifidon. I'm sorry for butchering your name, Ifidon. Brian Ifidon.
Is he here?
Not yet. Okay, okay. The next is Chikadibia. Chika Aremo. Sorry for butchering your name again. Abi the boy,
Chika,
Chikadibia.
come on,
Come here, okay, so let's do the judging like this. We just pick points, right? Because of that. So the good things, the bad things, maybe like 4 lines of sentences and just quickly move on to the next one.
Chika.
So James,
I'm with you. It's with them. This thing. So just choose one of them. You can't go through all of them. Just choose one.
Okay, this one.
That one?
Yeah.
Good.
So this is my
Which guys?
this guy we chose. This guy here. This guy here.
This one. Yes.
I'm so sorry for scaring you guys. But people that know me know that I love like horror movies a lot and movies that are very obviously different and it gives like a different vibe. When I showed this to few of my friends, they're like, it's creepy. But you know, the one thing Lion King says, look beyond what you see. So who knows, she could be a wonderful soul, but then it's just on the outside. But yeah, this is, yeah, one is a video. I think, yeah, this one is a video. I love it.
Yeah, we can't go. Yeah, let's move on this.
is there another image?
No, that's it. Just one. Just so we are doing one per person.
Okay,
We're
one
not
per
going
person now, okay, because of time. Okay, feedback. Yeah, they will ask you, they will talk.
There's no time for this actually, but yeah. Hmm? So yeah, that's everything.
Okay. So for me, I like the image shop, and I'm more interested in like the process she used to get that whole gory detail. It reminds me of Silent Hill. All that disgustingness really like made me play the game some more. And I'm a fan of horror, so I really was glued to the screen when I was like, wait, this is going to be. I want to know what was the original form before it got to that smile. And yeah, I feel like it's a really shocking work. Like it will attract me. The first time I say, I want to know, did you sculpt all that detail? Wow, so it's very dense, like ZBrush or my blended ways. Well, for me, like the amount of work shows, the amount of work she did shows, and the filming style is you know, that has a huge fans of horror will love what I'm saying. I love what I'm saying. Yeah, if it didn't show, like I would love to have seen him move that, like what do I do for God? Just like the face, the story, like I want to know. I'm curious about what the character is. Is it a good person? Is it a bad person? What made it become what it is right now? And there's a whole lot more ask. I'm interested.
Uh, what I would just like to say is that art station is not a timeline of your artwork. This is not a critique per se, actually, but I just want to get it out there. Art station is not a timeline of your artwork; it's your portfolio. So whatever you feel is your best work at the moment should appear first, even if you did it 5 years ago or 2 years ago. So like from this portfolio, I would assume that what you want to be known for is the more gory work, like this first one. So yeah, so with this portfolio, I would assume that that is what you want to be known for. And then for the gory work, I mean, it tells the look. You understand? You can't really critique something like that because the more imperfections are actually what make it look the way it does. But it's obvious that there's a lot of detail there, like even in the eyes and all of that. So I think you're doing a very good work. That's a very nice one.
Do you feel your works are very good? Very, very good. I would only advise that most employers they don't have time to start scrolling through portfolios.
Exactly.
Honestly.
Thank
Right?
you.
They don't really have time to
Ah,
start going through to see your processes. So most times it is the first image that appears on your work that they go first. So I would advise that while you're trying, if you want to do more of film production or game production or anything, try to show more words that more production, maybe full characters or high resolution portraits or something like that. That would give you more edge over other people. Also, and to the other person, I've forgotten his name. I think you should also try and maybe look at other people's portfolios and see how they present their work. So it gives you a higher chance or better chance of putting yourself forward. All right. Let's move on. Zion, thank you, Chica, for sharing your portfolio. Very nice. The next is Zion Cole. Zion Cole. There is Zion Cole in the house. So there's no Zion Cole. Okay. The next is, I'm very sorry for this,
no,
but
Taiwo.
Chinweke
It's not working. The link is not working. Caesar, that link is not working. Move to the next person.
Okay. Temidayo Taiwo. Temidayo Taiwo. Okay. What about
Huh?
Is there? Ah, no vex.
Is that Temida Taiwo?
Temida Taiwo, I mean. Yeah, let's go.
Ask him if it's Temida Taiwo. I don't know if Caesar. Caesar. Is it Temida Taiwo? Ask him. So yeah, we speak.
I didn't know that. I just put step my portfolio. I didn't know we were going to do an involuntary review about that. Presented something better.
I do. After he
and I noticed that you try to be more coffee, from what I can see, you are and it shows that from based on what I'm saying, everything I'm saying is just what I'm saying there. It shows that you probably want to focus more on sculpting, just concept sculpting, and that is fine. That's fine. I would only advise that you kind of push more, do more stuff rather than concept sculpting if you want to work in Nigeria. If you want to do stuff in Nigeria, then I would also advise that you try to look more into anatomy, yeah. Like, do more studies on anatomy because I see some, irregularities in the muscle layout and all that. So I feel like it's going to be really helpful if, even if you want to do characters that don't exist, if you want to do characters that don't exist, at least there should be some rhythm, some flows in the way the muscles go. So I feel like anatomy study will also really, really helpful. Other than that, this is a really
I mean, he has given you the review actually. So just keep doing the things.
Thank you. Yeah. I know you have to. Thank you. That was very nice work. And let's see, the next question is let's see. Obia Julu Chino Obia Julu Chino Chino is the next person. Is Chino here? Chino.
This is of someone that knows exactly what they are doing. Because very often you see people that will have a character here, they model a car, they'll post on that station, they model a bag, they'll post on that station, but you're making your portfolio not see anything if you do that. But this is everything has a consistent style, so anybody comes and knows exactly what they're looking for. So they know exactly what they're going to get from you. I think this is the portfolio of somebody who knows exactly what they're
No comments.
I do. Give us I do. Give us I do. Give us I do. Give us I do. Do you have any comments?
It's actually good to see what I'm doing. One other thing I've seen here is that you actually have an understanding of the light.
not just character work. You understand? You can see the warmness you're applying a few times and all of that. So it's actually good. So it's not just your presentation, you understand. And I think some of this lighting has actually Photoshop work. They are not directly from 3D. They're all blended work. Okay, that's actually good. That's actually good.
Hello. Show first.
Yeah. So honestly, this looks really, really good. The consistency and style, like everybody said, very, very interesting. Lighting looks very, very good. And the only thing, I mean, I'm only saying based on what I can see here, right? The only thing I want to say is keep moving forward, honestly. Because the presentation, and this is something that employers would want to see. Even if you're a generalist, this is the kind of presentation they want to see. So just keep improving and keep doing awesome stuff. Then I would also advise, the only advice now, I would also advise that you maybe start exploring haircuts and try to start doing them on your characters too, because it's something that game, even if you don't work in game, it's also very important. And yeah, I think that's just it.
Use the mic very well.
I hope this doesn't take like a month to do any of the artwork.
Well, thanks. Thank you so much. The next person we have is we have Emmanuel Adeyemi. We have that. Emmanuel Adeyemi. Okay, okay, we're moving on. We have Tolu Akinyotu. He's my boss too. Tolu Akinzi. Akinyotu. Akinyotu. There you go.
Sorry, please, before the master goes ahead to say his work. So, the first guy we were trying to talk about his work that uses the cell sheet as the difference with what we were struggling with was the lighting. You see presentation here, we can see separation of the characters from the background. It's very clear, there's highlights. Presentation matters because if you cannot see the work very well, we can't judge it. And even if clients can see a beautiful work, what would they judge? So the issue with that art initially and then cell shading that you're not have to fake light yourself. If you're not ready to understand how light works in real life, don't play with cell shade carelessly. So that's just what I meant to point out. Okay, so for this work, I've been following these guys more online for a very long time. And I don't know why he's sometimes complaining. He just wants to come and oppress us. Basically, it's not talking about Nigeria. They want to oppress people. So, but looking at what I'm seeing here, like it goes the same thing with the last portfolio we just saw. Really, really amazing presentation. This person understands how lighting works. Apart from how they structure their artwork, like the energy they put into the sculpting, how they present it to, they don't joke with how they present that work. They know that people need to look at this work and get what they're trying to do, and they take their time to make sure it comes across as clear as possible. I really love what I'm seeing right now. I don't need to click on anything. I just scroll through and find it. So amazing work. Amazing work.
Okay, this is actually very good. I'm just scroll up a little bit up. The very first image here. Is that all you've seen of the first image? Okay.
One of the
This is actually a very good portfolio. But one thing I just want to intimate you on is this. Many of the artworks I've seen in some of the other people's works too are repetition of other people's artworks. And that is not good. It's a good way to start, but as much as first also have a bit of your your originality into a part. Cider, this is good.
Yes, I agree very much with what you said. And it's something I'm trying to train myself to take note of. I don't think we should. This over there is my original character. So I've been thinking of how I can also like, and this as well.
Okay.
I actually just fell for this as well. I couldn't even finish it.
Okay.
But this, and this are my original characters. And like I think it's the hustle for money. I'm just trying to create more, like, drive more traffic to my portfolio. So I tend to do a lot of more things I'm very passionate about, games especially. So I really agree with what you said. I'm making effort towards that. My next project, you'll see more of that.
It's actually good that we actually have a lot of 3D character artists coming up from Nigeria. This models is much more easier to do seeing this.
Okay. I want to say something. I just scroll up. I need to mention. It pains me to say it, but this is the only person I've lost a sporting challenge. This, I lost to Dolu, and I won't forgive him. So he's someone I respect, you know. He has very good eye for, like, you can see it. I say it, like, you can just tell when something looks good. He has good eye for it. And so, very nice work. So now, we are not with the character parts. We are going to environment portfolio now. Okay? Now we're going to environment.
Yeah, I'm still prepping them actually. I'm prepping them. I'm prepping them.
Yeah, okay, my link is in here, but you said I should ask you to add it.
Your link is not here.
It's registered, I put an Instagram link.
So yeah, geez, I don't know about like IG links. Why is something IG links?
Because I said my website I need to launch yet. It launched yesterday. That's the problem. I didn't get approval.
So the problem is not even the website. It's not the because IG links here. I can't open IG links on my PC.
No, I understand. That's why I should tell you the website because it's live now.
Is it character?
It's character. I'm a generalist. Everything.
So where should we focus on? These are just character guys.
You can do animation. Animation, yes. Even his own. He's worked with me. This is part of the work that I've done with him. So you can my own. Let me if I can give you my own.
Should we do it under environment?
Sure. Why not? You can put me on the environment. Why not?
So we should do yours first.
But I'm an animator. So I do animation.
Are you an animator?
I do project animation.
We need to focus so that we know where to do
Animation project.
Then when you become animator, I'll just I'll call you.
Okay, just one.
So let's go to character. Environment. Come. Now this guy submitted his. Who is this? Do you know him? Environment, but I don't see anything environment here. So this is what we are saying. What are we supposed to talk about here?
How do you want to write it?
Let's just show them. Let's leave it to the judges.
Okay. We are in the environment section now. We have Olu section Tolu in the house.
Yeah?
Oh, okay.
Why black man?
This one is a little different. It's called environment. And in the environment section. Okay, it's not environment. You guys are really to judge. So it's becoming up now.
Is that Tolu Lope?
Yeah. It's becoming up now.
Olusegun Tolu, yeah?
Yeah. Are we saying?
Okay, then I can say this.
That's environment.
Yeah, I can actually see
Why you
things.
submit an environment?
Environment of product.
He said his products.
So it's okay. It's okay. What's more, I'm going to the bags up. I saw some bags. Another. Nice. Nice. As much as possible, this is good. The licenses are okay. It's a very good accent. As much as possible, those girls there for the next 2 months. So these are like thumbnails. You can open the main project.
Yeah, we can't do that a lot of time. We are just checking the over.
So some of the motion design work I see there, like one lower, one a bit lower. No, not this one. The one a bit lower. The one with the no, that one to the right.
This
Yeah,
one?
that one. It's very, very fine models. So far, you actually doing very good. Your lighting are on point. Your lighting are on point. You tend to capture details. So we'd like to see more of this thing. That's more of this. But you actually have very good space in motion design.
Hey guys.
Motion design. So it's much more into that area. There's a market for it.
What I like some of the prompts. Right? It's not just abstract, it also has a product.
Hey guys, please let's be quiet.
That's actually very valuable for someone to going to like put together attention because the work time is hard, right? It's you're not just dropping a soup and waiting to that don't go together. You go very well together and it showcases your work as a product and a motion.
So this is motion graphics or let me say product design mostly, right? Okay, so I used to work on a product and design.
Please, one house.
Major so
Thank you.
I'm thinking about functionality for real time games or real time movies. So here is something that we did. But what I would say like your color, what do you call it? Your knowledge of color, how to combine colors, really need
Yeah.
your lighting amazing and your product design really because you have a creative everything this is just
Animation
wow.
now.
Congratulations.
So it's environment.
Add them to
Because that's what is confusing sometimes. I don't know what's up with this all that. Okay. Just call it. Call
Okay.
it. Call it.
Thank you so much. Tolu. Now the next person is Dami Agoro. Not Agoro. Dami Agoro. Is he here? No? Okay. Let's be speaking up.
Yes.
Yes.
Huh?
Where?
You want to bring your project? No, I can't hear you.
Can't hear you presenting.
Later. Okay then.
Okay, let's move on. Joy Sunday George. Joy Sunday. What's it? Let's speak up.
Are you Joy Sunday George?
We're about to your portfolio.
I don't know. No. She happens to be a George. She's not the one. Are you George Sunday?
Joy Sunday George.
You submitted your portfolio. It's here, by the way. Is this not yours? No. You submitted another environment, so you are showcasing them. Just move there. Go. Don't worry. Go there.
Hey, Joy. Please help us define this.
Where's Joel? Where's Joel?
She said,
Why are you submitting like pictures? You just submit the one you want to submit.
One house, please. One house, please.
Come. Which one? Which one? Come and show it to me.
You can go to Snowboard.
Anybody that is submitting right now, I'm not. Oh, yeah, which one? This one.
Sorry, with the call.
I didn't know. Yeah, like it's like.
So it's up now.
Okay.
Where's the mic? The mic.
Okay, I can see that you're actually very structured artist, starting from the concept art and being project with 3D work. But what we have as 3D work still has a lot of work, still needs a lot more attention in terms of finishing. Even as it is here, it's not integrating very good with the background. I think you use the background for light or something like that, which they are right. But at the end of the day, you still need to push this forward more, still need to like it doesn't look like it's finished working.
Yeah, I think he's right. It doesn't integrate background, but the fact that you start from the sketch, like the grass, how do you do that? The grass.
Yeah.
Did you like manually do that? So is this like this version? What's the model of the version?
I wanted the snail, the mushroom, and everything. I just had to like look for a model because I couldn't use just like that. I have to.
So for the grass was version, then the background you added it later.
No, it's not really. Like I use the tutorial that makes
Where Joy there?
When I first saw it, I didn't know. I thought
Where
it was
Joy?
It's sitting on his head.
well, like you said, something is wrong because it still has so much detail. But the mushroom, the stuff of the mushroom is big. And that can be an artistic choice, but it's still like quite a culture. And also, just some little things like the segment is based on the mushroom. Actually, so when the base of the mushroom, the big ones, I see what it is. But this kind of work, you don't get it straight out. You're not supposed to get this straight out of paper. What you're supposed to do is take it in position and take it in one. That's when the use of this kind of work is from. So to do something this type of art is quite this type of artwork is is perfect for just like making a situation going around with lighting, adding some particle effects like
Behind
things
them.
like that.
Behind them.
And this is
They thought they don't keep phone, so you don't put it.
or is it
Is that hot?
Which one?
Okay.
You said? The first one?
let me you understand what I'm trying to say. So, well, I've been around the arts actually. I've been around a lot of digital artists and I've seen like works that yes, artists can work. It's supposed to look magical. I like to see it. So like when you
Guys, how far now?
this type of work, they just want us to out of learning and taking as a first product. You want to take the first shot, get the actual
Yeah, thank you, Joy. And let us keep it forward. So next up is Olawale Adaja. Yeah, Olawale Adaja. Is he there? Is Wale there? Okay. Toby Adekunle. Is he? Oh. Wait, what's going on here? You brought your own fan box. Oh. Is there some animation?
I know. We can't play animation. Network is bad, so we don't waste much time.
We're having network issues. We're not be able to see the animation. Do you have render?
No.
Render. Please.
See, you guys can leave if you want to.
Remember something that just for criticism is actually enough to do this. Based on what I can see here, you are very much in the right direction. Very much in the right direction. But I think you like more cars than any other thing. So if you like cars more than any other thing, I don't think that would actually sell. So that's because they're not concept vehicles. If they're concept vehicles, I'll say you are playing around with ideas. But these are vehicles that you wouldn't say you molded them. Did you create them from scratch? Did you? I'm just asking. I think the network is having issues.
Which this one?
Okay. Well, you know something, I'm curious to stay with you in terms of how an employer will evaluate. I will not evaluate you based on what I can buy from Turbo Speed or what I can buy from City. Even if you are spent a year with them. You get that? But it's more of a stylized art. I'm going to that's the way the business is going on. It's more of a stylized art. I can tell that there's no other way where you can source for such a model. I'll actually get it straight from scratch. Or if you have a progress file, this was when half of the model, a quarter of the model, as we are building like that for it's actually working. But so far, I can say that the lightings are good. For example, the exterior of that building is good. Even the way the cars are being lit, I can see the tin highlights. The HDRI is really doing it. You have 100% control over the way you light, which is actually very, very good. So just keep up the good work, keep pushing the ball. If you're going to show something that has to do with the vehicle that exists, you must have a progress plan.
Okay. For this particular vehicle, I have a tutorial
He has 10K subs on YouTube.
But you don't need to show videos. I was not like that. What is the progress plan is if when you did the windshield, and next one does some few still images, that shows that it's actually from.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to critique you. I don't like 3D modeling. I learned it, but I hate it, right? So you're doing amazing job. People sit down and model a car. because
Relatable, it's relatable.
you need to be paid for even doing that. But first of all, so I think what he's trying to say to you, I want you to get the other what he's saying to you. You're making something that's already available, and you took so much time to make it. Why? So why don't you just, if you want to make a car, why don't you make something we've not seen before? We have some motors, we have like do something that a company will call you for. This company will not call you to come for it, but we have some motors in there that has no 3D car commercial ever. They don't. And you can do this in business of bro, like you can do this thing, right? So first of all, I feel like you should it's good. They will see this and maybe they will understand they will hire you. But it will shape a lot of people more if you made a car that we know does not exist. Like let's say you know some motors, look for a motor, there are like three car launch, whatever, three car companies that are making cars that we don't even know about, right? Why don't you make their own company cars and that will shape us more, right? And then you're targeting a client that can actually that has nobody else to go to but you. Yeah, like what you have is fine. Just add that product, that brand to what you have right now. You have everything else it takes to sell a product. You have lighting, you have presentation, you have experience, you have like just add target the company now and then get people in.
All I want to say, obviously you're really good at what you do. I feel like the real value would have got to would have been in the video that was also. I feel like if we had seen that video, we will understand that it's not just modeling cars, but you can animate it in a way that looks realistic. Like imagine a movie trying to do a car chase scene, like something that would definitely see in Nigerian movie industry. You understand? And it's not everybody that can do that. But what they are saying obviously is that there is a lot of value in what they said. Yes, you should do something that I've not seen before. But I also have to because I'm a big artist. In your very early years, you just try everything before you settle on something. I've tried modeling cars. Now, how imagine getting a reference for a car that doesn't exist. Imagine designing the undercarriage, the lights and all like it's going to be very difficult actually. It's hard to do, but I think you've actually done very well. It's proof that you're very good at what you do. Though I also just want to state again that as before the timeline of your artwork. Like it should not be started like this. What you can do is rearrange the displays. Let all your cards be together. Let your environment houses be together. Because you don't want to come and first see you. So what you say talking about, you should rearrange and let your cards be together. It's really cool.
Nice work. Nice work, too. Yeah, he's my fellow YouTuber. Teaches on YouTube, and I think that's amazing. I just believe that people that teach or want to teach, I think that's an amazing thing to do. Okay, that's very result. That's amazing. From teaching how to make cars on YouTube. So very nice work, Toby. And now we are going to move on to Joshua Olubebe. Is the person in the house? No. Okay. We are going to move on to Forgive Me, Uzioma Ide. Okay. Isaac Victor. Nah, Aisha Mohammed. I think I saw her. She's not around. Okay. Opeyemi Adewale. My boss. Boss.
Okay, just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment.
Okay, so this is a mixed portfolio. This for both characters and environments.
Those are one I can see here. Which of them would you like to tender? Is it the environment or the characters? Both. Okay, let's go on. Let's go back.
Which one?
Scroll back. Up. Thank you. Now, let's stop there. For the environment, I don't know if the lighting, did you know the lighting? Yes, I know the studio, excellent. The studio. So, what aspect did you work on?
I designed I got concept from
Okay. Okay. This is actually very good. Yeah, it's that's the one up there for products and all of that is also not bad. It's also very good. This other one is a little bit stylized in terms of the lighting. It's also very good. So majorly, your work just requires a little bit push on detail and substance. But I won't blame you for that because you actually can't see someone's concept. So you can't actually go beyond what's in the concept. That's very good. So for the characters, what did you do on the character? What was your work? What was your role on the character?
I designed the character, like really
So for that, for the stitch, you and stitching, forget about that. That's not okay. But for the black character, go down a little bit. For this character, the girl after it, that's a good work, air work there. That is stands the character out. The size of the eyes, the size of the way you see the character as a full.
yes. Can you open Fatima?
So that's the whole point of resilience.
Okay, that is good. Go back. So zoom out. Okay.
Huh?
You can just check. You can just check.
Wondering, let's just stick to this. Can you please zoom out? So I can, no. Zoom the full one. So I can see that control scroll. Control scroll, yes. Okay, this is actually a very good character. We actually see plus size characters in animation. We actually see that. So I really want to commend you for the texture. Did you do the texture work also? For the texture work, I saw the detail on the clothing, the top one. The clothing, the detail there is very good. Very good. So good work on that also. I don't really the rendering, the SSS from the fingers of the character on the fingers of the character. Fingers. Okay, you can see the SSS work on that particular finger. That's detail. That's very excellent. So on my next project, I'm going to call out to you.
I don't know why our bosses will come here and say we should judge them. I don't know what to say now. Okay? So I really every time I come across their work on social media, it blows my mind. I'm someone that keeps saying Africa does not have this stuff. Whether something easy or business. But I think these guys have found something in between Disney and Pixar. Pixar is not completely Disney or Pixar. It's something different, unique. They have something that feels like their own. Like they get our culture, they go into details. Like I feel like I'm walking into any local shop before I come to the page. I feel like I'm in a carpenter shop, I feel like I'm in a Nigerian street waiting for their page. And I don't know who is putting that team together or how he gathered the actors or who is directing the guys. People have magic going in that studio. Yeah. And if I wanted to make a game, I would work with your team than work with anybody else because I know I'm going to get something completely different. I'm saying what the money for you guys one day because I guess it's a small project, but this is something we have Africa. I feel like it's our own. And I'm sure you guys something to
Very nice work. Okay, the next person is Bright. Bright Bright. Oh, sorry.
Well, what is the environment that is speaking? This guy from last year.
deep, so bright, able
So yeah, we should just go into environment. Yeah.
I think that one is
You said. So
no,
yeah.
no, these ones are already like
Okay, so basically what we see here.
So which one? Which one?
What exactly are you showcasing here? Is it
Exactly.
props? Props, not environmental. The environmental is in here.
the environment like that.
Okay, for those
Props.
props, they are only there's only one. Swallow and that baby.
So basically, what I try to do is sorry, just I need to scroll up to the
Okay, sniper.
so I was trying to like basically like I was trying to like explore
Okay.
most of my props actually my program bring it to the
Okay.
what's that was saying about the deadline
Okay. So basically, based on what I can see here, the prop access here, you actually do the back of your favorite travel. But the presentation still has a lot of issues. Some things need to have more scattered, like it's like has of roughness, and since some element that should have a little bit of roughness on them, they are all shiny. I think putting just shiny. Just work more on your shading. Work on your shading. Aside that modeling, I think you have an hand on that. You work more on your shading. So that materials that's what you need to do. Well, apart from your dogs, I would say
but like this like most of the guys like recording now for doing this I see some that's the issue about me what is there is about the AI right so before right you are making you go to one big project like 6 7 months you just do like this let's say nothing 50 work just to do right so you have to like meet up production time or just have this massive right so when I realized that AI was coming for properties really fast and it happened that I was working with what the guy said was, he said, bro, do this stuff with the or I will pay you. That was where like the fear about me that if somebody can pay for an AI so I had to now like so what was this 5 years ago so now all these people came and apparently building my own studio like so I didn't know it was my dad just submit what's it called links.
Oh yeah.
Wait, I won't stop working. The mic. Is it working? Into.
At first, I saw a lot of your portfolio and your portfolio says environment and properties. But you made very heavily to one club. And not just that, the environment there, they are in very stark contrast to the quality of the club. So it's a distraction at this point actually. I feel like it's either you face one or you just take the time to upgrade what you do with your environment because when you that's why I always say the last session is always the time when for your artwork because
Please, one house, one house. We're almost done.
artworks are not supposed to be on the when you do something like this, it start
After animation,
it looks like you are
Getting late.
they go back.
No.
but your portfolio should not stand out on this kind of it should just say that you are a professional artist. So when somebody starts to see other lower quality stuff, they start to feel like okay, maybe the quality is inferior or this quality than actually produce or something like that. So I think artists should be very important. So,
Madewale. Caesar, oh yeah.
Um, Thank you very much, Curtis. Now, the next person is Mark Moses. Is the person here? Mark Moses. Okay, no. How about Bola Akiwale? The person not here. How about Kingsley? Uh, again, Kingsley. Okay, Kingsley. Sorry. Okay, we're going to the animation section. This is the final section, so let's touch animation.
So what's your this thing?
www.ogiaro.ogi.
Hold on.
Okay.
Oh yeah, come on. So wait, we come. Where's the animation part? So that we just go to animation.
Okay.
This one.
Everything. Anything.
Okay, yeah.
Even
Where's
the
moderator? Yeah. This guy. Caesar. And call that guy. Yeah. What's his name? Hello. Where is he going again now? His name is not. Just call him. Let him go first.
We're going to be reviewing this portfolio for animation. Okay? Alexander.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexander. This is my portfolio website where I put some of the works I've done with myself, clients, and collaborations. I've done a few works with Toby as well on the website. So actually,
I'm meeting with this one with this. So where exactly? Hmm?
more portfolio.
So for my works,
Yeah, so let's just
mostly work
say
with
he said somebody sent him to me. So who
Who
sent him to me?
Maya sometimes
Sent this guy to me.
Blender.
He said come and meet me.
Most of these are commissioned works that I have done.
Huh? No, I don't want to. I have another thing. I have another thing going on here.
Yes, like I said, most of these are commissions that I've done over the past year. So basically, everything on this website is 2025. Nothing from last year, nothing from the year before, because it's still relatively new.
Okay, this is what I can see here. I think so.
It's the same one.
Some of these actions are basically motion capture files.
No. Yes, I did a mixture. I decided I changed quite a lot.
This is in here.
To
Matrix.
match.
Is it
I also
Matrix?
had to record
Is it
myself
Matrix?
most of the time, and I find motion capture that's
Come on, you can't just come in red car. You
It's only two cars that are packed inside.
Which side?
Inside.
Which side? Is it side the middle?
This is the
No,
past
inside the
results.
compound.
Talk to this guy.
Okay. So overall, it's not a bad word. The only thing I can just say is that if it's not a character animation that we are reviewing, I'll say the character animation does not is not actually animation to motion capture because I've not seen anything secondary actions, I've not seen any of that. I've not seen any follow through. When you do some animations,
Exactly.
One house,
this
please.
is
One
just
house.
a real human being action. But aside that, every other thing you have here, I think you've perfected the art of camera movement. You've been able to bring character into your cameras, which is very, very beautiful. Then aside that, the lighting in some of the other portfolios that are down is also very, very impressive. Go down a little bit, go down, go down. You can see the way you lead it. It's very artistic. Forget about the animation. I'm not saying that the animation is motion capture. You have a very cool hand over your camera work, which is also beautiful. So basically that's it. But can you try not to have
One
more,
house, one house.
even if your base actions are motion capture, you can still try to enhance the motion capture more so that you can
One
have all the
house, please.
secondary actions, a little bit of defense, a little bit of the follow throughs and squash and stretch and all that, so that at least you can make more of your win. But apart from that, all the motion design works I'm saying here, they look cool. They look cool. Yeah, cool.
Which anything?
I think he just summarized it all. So not going to like your works are really cool. It looks like things that would have done in brilliantly. But he has pointed out something that you and those clients don't complain about. The secondary motions are really important to hide that so motion capture start on my character. For example, let's say the clothes of the characters, they're not moving at all, the hair is not moving at all. You can just see that secondary motions. It doesn't take away from what you've done, just like you could have added to just give you that extra work. So it doesn't feel like you went to do something just motion capture. So that's what I would say. Everything else works. Your car, animation, lighting, your VFX in-house. I mean, what's of this?
Um, it depends on the situation. Before I used to do everything in Blender, but going further, I realized that Blender isn't optimized for a lot of things, e.g. sculpting, you can't sculpt in Blender. ZBrush, effects, sometimes Houdini, most times Jacka effects. Um, Texturing, I need texturing in Blender, so texturing is substance painter. Um, it's quite so basically whatever the project requires is where I go to. I always use Blender as like the compiler for everything. So once I've done everything, I render it in Blender either it's in cycles or Octane, depending on what the client wants.
Right. So this, I hope you guys are listening to the tools he use. I don't know what they spoke on now. So, but really good work, bro. Like amazing portfolio.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Nice work.
Please, one more question. One more question. Your camera, how did you get into your camera? How did you get into so big like handheld?
It depends. So I have three different ways. The first way is I do paths. I have paths and there's an add-on called layer animation. Basically what it does is it just allows you to stack layers of animation on top of each other. So basically, let's say I have the path moving from here, moving in this direction. I'll create another layer on top of it to give it maybe a noise modifier to make it go up and down slightly. Then I'll add another layer on top of it to give it a small rotation on the z-axis to make it look more realistic. Most times I use paths. The other times I keyframe empties around the main scene, like for the one up. Sorry, yes, the fighting. So for the fighting, there's like an empty in between the characters, and I try to make sure that it captured the rule of thirds when the fighting was going through. So there's an empty that the camera keeps following. It's attached to the head now, so I animated that on a curve, and I made the camera follow the curve. So even when it's going from the low angles, it still make sure that it's stabilized to an extent. After that, I bake it, and then I add more, a bit of noise, give it a more human feel, because nothing is really realistically human hearts are not completely stable. So anytime I work on realism, I always try to add that form of it's not stable, it's not completely clean, it's even it's not natural, even for the flying animation and everything. Especially when you get to the thrusters, there's some shaking, not too much, but yeah.
Caesar.
Hope you guys listen to this. This is really, really giving you insights. A lot of people can animate, but their camera work is messed up. And this is something that
Caesar. Oh god.
is messed up. This power is superpower is camera. This camera have the way he shoots, depth of field, his rules, the way his angle, lighting, like his ideas, the good cinematographer, PhD, I don't know what I'm doing, but he's good cameras. I hope you guys learn from his techniques. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay. So the next person in the animation section is Ainafe Uluwa Obe. The person not here, okay? How about Jerry Inakoju? No? Okay. How about Damilari Agboro?
No, skip
That
that.
person not here. How about
Skip that. Skip that. Skip that next one.
okay? How about Asibe Emmanuel? Okay. Asibe Emmanuel, let's go. I need to try your name, right? And show me score.
This one. Yeah, internet can be a, let's see. The show is like involving those pictures there now, huh?
Okay, thank you. Basically, what I see here is basically motion design. There's nothing character animations. Okay, so but for your motion design, you have good control. It's all about you present the idea. Okay, it's how you present the idea. But aside that, overall lighting wise, you understand the lighting is really nice on the product. Really balance your brightness to your shadows. Very good. Very good work. Overall, you good. So just keep going, keep doing better, keep doing this better. But for the one I saw last time, which was for the yarn stitch. The last one I saw, which was the yarn stitch. Can you go for the
Okay, it's in the
video?
video.
Last shot on the yarn stitch. Towards the end. Yeah, yes. What was the objective behind this?
This was to show, this was for the Jesse, just to show how it was made.
Okay. But I'm trying to relate it. What does it relate to?
Okay, it's just explaining it.
I understand. I understand. Okay, it's actually a good role, but at least if you do something like this, try to have a wider shot visualize what it composed to. Because it seems like a detached idea from the shot that followed.
Oh, they're not connected.
They're not connected. That's what I'm saying. That's like what I'm saying. Like, they don't seem to relate. Because if you're stringing a stitch of a full work at the end of the day, you need to have pulled out or something to actually show that this is part of something.
No, in like the main project. Now,
okay,
it's been like a show with
okay.
different shots.
Okay, so there's no progression.
No, no.
Okay, cool. Everything I can say is you're doing well. Keep pushing the boundaries. Keep pushing the boundaries.
Very nice one. Very nice one. Okay. The next person is Simi Joseph. You have the person there. Simi Joseph. Joseph. Okay. How about Basit Oguntola? Okay. How about okay, Jamil Galadima, I think he left. Okay. How about Elijah Wilson? Oh yeah, Elijah Wilson. Let's go.
Yeah.
I believe from other people's portfolios, you can see. I don't think I need to say it. The cameras are off, the lightings, everything is not fit to work. So please, this goes for everybody else. How many Blender artists are there? Blender, please, a word of advice. Don't put Blender on any of your work. Don't put the Blender, you're not being paid to put Blender on your work, so remove it. Whenever you're presenting your work. Because people have an agnostic view towards Blender as a free tool. So by the time they are negotiating with you, they negotiate with that work. Yes. So whether you have that video, some of you will start the video me Blender. It's not a cult. So stop all that cult thing. Focus on the job, present the job as it is. Please. Because it's you going to affect at the end of the day. Because by the time you want to negotiate with the client, I think like that I need to do licensing shit about this call, Blender which license you talk. But the thing like that, after that do subscription license, just like you know that it's Blender that is. But you can see cash out based on the fact that you are now mentioning licensing along with it and all of that. That gives you a little of a edge.
So I think that's it.
That's it. That's it.
Thank you.
You want to say something? Wilson.
Joseph, I think the thing that really stands out here is that the animation did not take you as much time as it is supposed to take you. And I think you are some of them. There is this feeling of you have imagined the sequence in your head and just like put it happen, just moving from place to place and like that. But that is not really there's actually rules to this, especially with the timing. There's a transition sequence. Like when your shoe skates around, what is transitioning from that should be another rotation, another rotation. So you stop up from just turning around and then camera just panning across. It doesn't matter. They disconnect. And I think the easiest of doing that you saw like he actually made use of this. So yeah, there's the animation for the next play around the animation for the graphic around so your friends actually see your because it took me a while that time. It took me a while to actually make that animation for because I used to be very afraid. By the time you finish all your animation and then you go back to the drawing, you don't even know what you're doing. So you have to actually start it. And you have to start keyframing and subframing.